Madam Chair, council members, and participants.
Thank you, Modesto. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, the Inquirer, the Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearings, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. And now note that the hour has come. Rachel, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak.
Vice Chair Derek Green.
I'm here, present, looking forward to the conversation.
Councilmember Brian O'Neill.
Present, and good afternoon.
Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Good afternoon, I am present. Good afternoon.
Councilmember David O.
Good afternoon, I'm present.
Councilmember Helen Gim.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and colleagues, I am present.
Councilmember Maria Quinones Sanchez.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
Councilmember Mark Squilla.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and colleagues, present.
And we are also joined by Councilmember Kendra Brooks, who is not a member of the committee, but whose legislation is being heard today.
Thank you. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry. Yes, Councilmember Jones, is that you?
That is me under a different name because...
Apologies.
That's quite all right.
Sorry, I saw you, and then, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. The record will reflect that Councilmember Jones is present. This is the public hearing of the Committee on Law and Government regarding bill numbers 200-075, 210-329, 210-330, 210-501, and 210-507, and resolution numbers 200-079, 210-514, and 210-524. Rachel, will you please read the title of the bills and resolutions?
200-075, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified electors of the City of Philadelphia of the proposal set forth in a resolution approved by council proposing an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to provide for the creation of a Department of Fleet Services, to provide for the powers and duties of such department, and to otherwise provide for incorporation of the department into the city government, and authorizing the appropriate officers to publish notice and to make arrangements for the special election. 210329, an ordinance amending Chapter 9-1100 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Fair Practices Ordinance, Protections Against Unlawful Discrimination, require the use and disclosure of uniform screening criteria for rental housing and certain related disclosures to prospective rental housing applicants, and to provide that the failure to provide such disclosures may be evidence of other unlawful housing and real property practices, all under certain terms and conditions. 210330, an ordinance amending Chapter 9-800 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Landlord and Tenant by adding a new Section 9-810 entitled Prospective Tenant Screening Practices to regulate the application and selection process for housing units and to make technical changes, all under certain terms and conditions. 210501, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified electors of the City of Philadelphia of an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to revise provisions related to the manner of selection from eligible lists for vacancies and promotions in the civil service system, as approved by resolution of the City Council, fixing the date of a special election for such purpose, prescribing the form of ballot question to be voted on, and authorizing the appropriate officers to publish notice and to make arrangements for the special election. 210507, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified electors of the City of Philadelphia of an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to provide for a mandatory annual appropriation for the Housing Trust Fund, as approved by resolution of the City Council, fixing the date of a special election for such purpose, prescribing the form of a ballot question to be voted on, and authorizing the appropriate officers to publish notice and to make arrangements for the special election. 200079, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to create the Department of Fleet Services to transfer the functions of certain city agencies with respect to motor vehicles to the newly created department, and to provide for additional duties of the department, and providing for the submission of the amendment to the electors of Philadelphia. 210514, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to revise provisions related to the manner of selection from eligible lists for vacancies and promotions in the civil service system, and providing for the submission of the amendment to the electors of Philadelphia. And 210524, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter, providing for a mandatory annual appropriation for the Housing Trust Fund, and providing for the submission of the proposed amendment to the electors of Philadelphia.
Thank you, Rachel. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record that at this time, we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. With that being said, Rachel, will you please call the first panel we have to testify this afternoon on Bill number 200075 and resolution number 200079.
Joseph L. Rosati.
Joseph, are you connected and ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Joseph L. Rosati. Good afternoon, Chair Sherelle L. Parker and members of the Committee on Law and Government. I am Joseph Rosati, Acting Fleet Manager for the City of Philadelphia. Joining me today is Dr. Kay Wilson, Deputy Fleet Manager for Administration. I am here to testify in support of Bill number 200075 and Resolution number 200079, introduced by Chair Sherelle L. Parker, which would make the Office of Fleet Management a permanent part of Philadelphia city government by providing a proposed amendment to the Home Rule Charter. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. By way of brief background, the City of Philadelphia's fleet of motor vehicles and equipment represents a substantial investment of city funds and is one of the most visible aspects of its operation. To assure the efficient purchasing, usage, maintenance, and disposal of city vehicles and equipment, the Office of Fleet Management was established by an executive order in 1993 by then Mayor Edward G. Rendell. Since 1993, the Office of Fleet Management, OFM, has assured that city vehicles and other automotive-related equipment are available, dependable, and safe to operate so that the city departments and agencies can deliver services. OFM is responsible for the acquisition, repair, maintenance, and disposal of all city-owned vehicles and equipment. OFM maintains an active fleet of approximately 6,800 vehicles, including over 700 specialized pieces of equipment. OFM makes sure city employees have the vehicles and equipment they need to do their jobs. OFM's efforts help city services operate efficiently and drive the city forward. OFM's major initiatives includes high school internship and automotive apprentice apprenticeship program, re-entry automotive training program for returning citizens, compressed natural gas vehicle project. OFM also established an alternative fuel initiative to support sustainability initiative. OFM will continue to pursue its optimal vehicle replacement strategy, which focuses on replacing critical public health and safety vehicles. A centralized, independent department that adheres to best practices in the industry regarding managing a fleet for a large municipality will enable the Department of Fleet Services, the new name as proposed in the legislation, to continue its mission and serve the city departments as well as the citizens of Philadelphia. This arrangement has been in place since 1993 and has worked well. Permanent departmental status would ensure that this level of service would continue well into the future. This concludes my testimony. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else here, Rachel? And there are no other panels for this bill or witnesses scheduled to testify, correct?
Not on this bill and resolution, no.
Okay, colleagues, just as a matter of technical information, I want you to note that the link I clicked, I do not have the chat feature, so I cannot see it. But what I can see is if you put your hand up. And so our teams will have to do what we usually do during the committee of the whole. And make sure you're texting us the list of names of council members who want to ask questions. Are there any questions for Joseph?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Chair recognizes Council Member Jones.
what I'd like to say is that when I first came to City Council, we requested that city departments actually hired young people from public schools to participate in the workforce within those departments. Fleet management took that to heart and pretty much adopted the Randolph CTE school on Henry Avenue, where many of the graduates of that automotive program have found their way into city employment. And I wanted to ask how many current workforce that you have come through public schools that you've recruited?
So far, since 1993, there was 131 students that came through the program. 101 graduated from high school. 59 took positions as apprentice, automotive apprentice, and that is a civil service position, so it's a full-time city job. 59 took the position, and right now I have 29 or 31 full-time that are here full-time, and they hold positions all the way through our career ladder, right from apprentice all the way from automotive mechanic to team leader to supervisor. I have 2 automotive maintenance supervisors. I have multiple team leaders, so they're taking leadership positions. Someday they'll be taking my job.
So from now on, when you enter testimony, you might want to lead with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council Member Jones, for getting that very key information on the record. And when he was given the response and talked about the number who took jobs, I know Council Member Catherine Gilmore Richardson, who is not a member of this committee, but if she was listening to that, that really would have made her excited because that's an issue that she's really been committed to. So thank you so very much for your response to Council Member Jones's questions. Is there anyone else here to testify on the bill and resolution whose name has not yet been called? And Rachel, I have not missed any of my colleagues who want to make any comments or have any questions, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Hearing none, we will now move on to Bill number 210501 and resolution number 210514. And before Rachel calls the first panel, I want to make some comments on this issue. Just for the record, I want to note that I, along with 11 other members of City Council, introduced this legislation that will increase diversity in municipal hiring by changing the city charter to eliminate what we know of as the rule of two. Now, for those of you who may not know, under current law, when filling single position vacancies for civil service jobs, only the two highest ranking candidates on the eligible list are submitted to the requesting department for an interview. The department then selects one of the two candidates to fill the position. The elimination of the rule of two will give the city significantly more flexibility to address recruitment and diversity challenges, and will have two major impacts on the city's recruitment and selection process. First, it will increase the diversity of candidate pools. Second, it will allow the city to leverage the use of alternate selection tools like training and experience as opposed to traditional pen and paper, what we know of as standardized test assessments. Just here, I want to note for the record, you know we're on to something when you have institutions of higher learning, specifically in the Ivy Leagues, that have, in the midst of this COVID crisis, abandoned the use of the SAT and or ACT requirement for college admissions to those institutions. And even pre-COVID, Temple, and I know there were many others, they were actually eliminating the requirement of those standardized tests, and they were optional. If students wanted to submit their test scores, they could. Just a point of information that I wanted Philadelphians to pay attention to as we hear about this bill. I also want you to know that this legislative change, is not new. This is a long time coming. As some of you may remember, our former colleague who I saw today at a funeral, Councilmember Blondell Reynolds Brown, along with Councilmember Maria Canones Sanchez, and I introduced a resolution authorizing Philadelphia City Council's Committee on Labor and Civil Service to conduct public hearings to examine Philadelphia's civil service rule of two. Now, part of Councilmember Reynolds Brown's inspiration to introduce the resolution, some folks may remember a journalist named Tom Ferrick who wrote for the Enquirer. And it was a September 2015 Enquirer article that was written by Tom Ferrick, in which he wrote, and I want to quote this, if the next leader wants to get serious about having a city workforce that reflects the city, he or she is going to have to tackle what is called the rule of two. And so he, in essence, challenged those of us who were all elected to public office, particularly here in the city, our 17 members of council, to make sure that we thought about this issue. Ferrick's article detailed how our local government workforce doesn't reflect the city of today. He wrote, blacks, Latinos, and Asians are underrepresented when it comes to local government jobs. Women of all races and ethnic origins are as well. His analysis found that, and I'm just going to ask everyone, if you're not speaking, even if you're on the phone, to please put your microphone on mute, and you can turn off your camera. Oh, thank you so very much. His analysis also found that for the 4,000 plus city employees who earn $70,000 a year or more, 64% are white and 72% are male. And for the 4,000 or so city employees who earn $35,000 a year or less, 67% are black and 55% are male. Furthermore, FERC found that the average salary of a white worker, $60,107, is about $10,642 more than the average for a black employee who earns $49,465. He also cited examples such as, and I want to quote, a police commissioner, he said, for instance, may want to hire someone who speaks Mandarin for the police force. But if that applicant isn't among the two top scores, he or she is out of the running. And he pointed out the obvious that when it comes to promotions, because the pipeline usually is filled with white males in many departments, the odds favor them taking the next step up the ladder. And I don't have to tell you that much has not changed since he wrote that article in 2015. Since becoming a council person in 2016 and chair of the Labor and Civil Service Committee, I have quite frankly heard confidentially from numerous city employees, almost all of whom, are employees of color, who feel that they have been disadvantaged by the current system. Listen, these include employees in Parks and Recreation, the Water Department, the Fire Department, the Police Department, listen, and many others. It is one thing for an employer to say that Black Lives Matter, and an entirely different thing for an employer to make real, substantive changes that ensure systemic diversity, equity, and inclusion in our workforce. Our municipal government is one of the largest employers in the city of Philadelphia. And for too long, the rule of two has held back black and brown employees either from obtaining that entry-level job or from getting that promotion. This legislation, I also want to note, it's by no means a silver bullet to making our city's workforce, and particularly our city's upper management, more reflective of Philadelphia's demographics. But this is what I will say. It is a necessary, essential, and important step. In a 2017 comparison with 35 other peer cities, it was found that no other municipality adhered to a rule of two. All had more expansive rules, and approximately 20% of them, they used a varying rule, which is what this legislation proposes. I want to thank the administration for working with me in such a cooperative manner, on this legislation. I want to thank our leader, City Council President Darrell Clark, who's also long had an issue and concern with this and wanted to see the issue addressed. I also want to thank Pew Charitable Research and the Committee of 70 for their research and nonpartisan analysis of this issue. My goal is for this legislation to be heard and passed by June 24th, and then it will go on the November 2021 ballot as a ballot question for the residents of Philadelphia. And with that being said, Rachel, will you please call the first panel of witnesses scheduled to testify on this legislation?
Michael Zaccagni.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and members of the Law and Government Committee. My name is Michael Zaccagni. I'm the Director of Human Resources for the City of Philadelphia. Before I start my testimony, I want to thank the Chairwoman for her eloquent lead into this. I'll probably cut out a few parts of my testimony because you covered them very well, Chairwoman Parker. And we are very excited about this. I am excited about testifying today along with me. I have Deputy Directors Janine Labletta as well as Valerie Hosendorf, who are in the audience, should there be any questions for us. So, as I said, I'm excited about testifying for the proposal. to amend the city home rule charter as it relates to what has been referred to as the Rule 2. The chair has done an excellent job of describing what that is. So what I'd like to do is talk about the fact that over the last 7 years, we've made some very good improvements to our hiring process, but the rule is continually cited by departmental leadership as an impediment for hiring. The chair mentioned about the nationwide survey that we did of 35 jurisdictions. None are using the Rule 2. In 2018, the Pew Research Center clearly outlined some of the challenges the rule presents to hiring managers throughout the city, some of the inflexibility that it creates. The proposal to change the current certification to allow the Human Resources Director for the City of Philadelphia to set the rule with each announcement will allow for greater flexibility. The variable rule will be based on identifiable factors such as historical and projected data related to diversity of the candidate pool, and will be outlined in regulations. The change in the rule, as you've heard, will have major impacts. One, to expand the diversity of our candidate pools, and the second, to allow us to better leverage the use of alternative selection tools. Department heads, managers, and council, and you've heard it here today, have raised the concerns of relying too heavily on testing to fill and promote vacancies. Understanding that testing is an important part of our selection process, it cannot be the signal determining factor. The Rule 2 assumes a precision in testing that just doesn't exist, and we know so many people who just don't test well. What it does is it results in capable candidates being denied opportunities on differences in scores. A more expansive rule creates a more inclusive hiring process, particularly for civil service classes where women and applicants of color are underrepresented. A sample of open and competitive eligible list showed under the Rule 2, 45% of multiracial candidates on an eligible list participated in the hiring process. That means they were interviewed. By expanding the rule, we could reach nearly 60% of those candidates. For women, we expect to see an increase of nearly 25%. And we expect similar results for promotional exams, with the participation of candidates of color increasing by nearly 40% when a more expansive rule is used. I served many years on the board of the Philadelphia Chapter Society of Human Resource Management and as president of the chapter. It included over 1,400 members in the Philadelphia area. I knew of no organization that employed such a restrictive hiring practice. In addition, our own peer organizations, those 35 governmental jurisdictions we referred to earlier, do not employ such a restrictive rule as the Rule 2. We've discussed the need to make this change many times over the years. I believe we have a unique opportunity to finally create a more inclusive environment to provide greater opportunities for our diverse communities to advance their civil service career. I thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I thank you for the support of this committee, and I and my team are available for your questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mike, for your testimony. And Rachel, again, as my colleagues have questions, concerns, and or comments, because I don't see the chat in this link. I can see if somebody is in a box and they click the hand up for those people who I can see, but just text names to me so I can make sure I keep everyone in queue. Mike, in preparation for this hearing, we talked to like different people in different departments, went back to like some of those folks that you heard me mention who have contacted my office in the past in my role as chair of labor and civil service, and a question came up that I wasn't certain how to answer, and that is, let's say that a specific department makes a determination that there is going to be an interdepartment or departmental sort of promotional officer. That's a promotional offer that is put on the table. how will we be able to make sure that, let's just say, no one within a department has been selected for that position? Can there also be like a citywide list? Tell me, is that like an administrative determination that is just determined, by the administrators, or is that something formally that we have to do? Because when they were walking me through it, they basically said it this way: Sherelle, take a department, like the police department, and particularly those ranking officers where we are clearly lacking, in having diversity and inclusion. If you're doing just an departmental opportunity for a promotion, but you're not thinking about other people who could be, on a list, who, listen, what if they work even for another department? They could have more experience and be better suited for a job. And when they asked me that, I said, I don't know the answer to that. I'll have to ask Mike.
So this change wouldn't impact what we do around departmental promotional lists or citywide lists. What we normally do during our workforce planning process is have discussions with departments about what their preference is, and we see whether or not we can meet their preferences, but we do have discussions during the planning process to make a determination. Should we be looking at a citywide list for this? Should we be looking at a departmental promotion list? We'll look at things such as, is there enough talent or candidates within the department? We'll be looking at things such as the diversity of those candidates. So the charter change wouldn't have any impact on that process. That would be still an administrative process that we would go through.
Councilwoman, you're on mute.
Tell us, for the benefit of the viewing public, how many times can an ineligible, or how many times can an eligible applicant be passed over on a list before being rejected? Is that a formality as well, or an administrative process? If somebody is currently on a list, how many times can they be passed over, on the list before being rejected?
So when we're looking at this, and the language of the charter change sort of sets that again with the human resource director to set that limit as to how many times somebody can be certified out. Our perspective on this, since we would be expanding the list, is that we would give departments some significant latitude. For example, if somebody interviewed 5 candidates for a position, and they sit down and say, oh yeah, number 1 is really good, but 2 and 3 were really good too. We would have no problem recertifying those candidates back to that department. We would have discussions again during the workforce planning process to set those limits under criteria that we would develop. So we don't want to limit opportunities for people, and we also don't want to limit opportunities for departments to see good people back again. If you're in a private industry, many times the first thing you do is go to your pool of candidates that you've interviewed for other positions to see, hey, was there somebody there that I've interviewed before that's really good? So we see that process working through.
Okay, and Mike, thank you for clarifying that, because you went exactly in the direction that they were. They were questioning if you can be recertified, and so in your response, you put all of that on the record. If you could be recertified, sort of like a third time, if the department specifically wants to hire that person with that skill set and/or experience that that you just described. So thank you for that. The last question that was asked is, tell us about how this would impact new hires or promotional employees within departments now. And I want you to just state for the record that, well, you'll answer however you choose. I just think it's game changing for the overall process of how we do this across the board. But that was a question they asked, and I promised them that I would ask you that on the record.
Our goal is this is going to apply across the board, both for what we call open and competitive, as well as promotional. And in fact, and you stated it very well in your opening remarks, you have to do it for promotional from our perspective, because that's really where you're going to be able to have some opportunity to do some things differently. So we're looking at this applying across the board to all new hires as well as promotional positions. Chair may be on mute again.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions? I don't see anything in the text. So if there are there any other questions for this panel? Comments from members of the committee? Hearing none, I want to say thank you for being here in your testimony. And Rachel, will you please call the second panel? We have to testify this afternoon on Bill number 210501 and Resolution number 210514.
Katie Martin and Pat Christmas.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Parker and the members of the Committee on the Law and Government. I really do appreciate this opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Katie Martin, a Senior Manager with the Pew Charitable Trusts. Pew's Philadelphia Research and Policy Initiative conducts nonpartisan, independent research and engages with officials on key issues facing Pew's hometown, Philadelphia. We take no position on the legislation here, but hope that the research we have done on this subject can inform City Council and the public. In June 2018, Pew released a report examining Philadelphia's civil service system and how city employees are hired and retained. The City of Philadelphia employs nearly 30,000 full-time, part-time, and seasonal employees, and approximately 81% of these workers are designated as civil service. Philadelphia's civil service employees play a critical role in the health, safety, and quality of the life of our citizens. They are first responders, ensure children and youth are safe, monitor water quality, and keep our city clean. To residents, municipal workers embody city government, and to a large degree, their performance determines the quality and perception of city services. Pew conducted research at the request of the administration, examining detailed personnel records from 2010 to 2016, as well as human resources data from the nation's 30 most populous cities. In the years Pew examined, around 73,000 people applied for jobs annually, and 1,500 were hired. Our research set out to describe the hiring processes in Philadelphia city government, the challenges connected with them, and how cities are handling similar concerns. While there was wide variation in hiring practices among the cities, all cited attracting a talented and diverse workforce among their top human resources priorities. Our research found that hiring through the civil service in Philadelphia has changed little since the system was put in place in 1952. The system was established with clearly stated standards and rules designed to make hiring managers accountable to applicants and taxpayers, as well as to elected officials. We found that some of Philadelphia's civil service regulations offer hiring managers less latitude than their counterparts in other cities. The most notable example of these limitations is the Rule of Two. The Rule of Two limits hiring managers in Philadelphia to consider only the two candidates who place highest on the eligibility list for any one position, with each applicant given a numerical rating based on exam scores and other factors, such as additional points. The rule is meant to place an emphasis on merit selection. Among the nation's 30 largest cities, Philadelphia is the only one with a Rule of Two. The 29 others all give hiring managers more options, although several large cities limit the selection to the top 3 candidates. Pew's research found that the Rule of Two limits city hiring managers in several ways. First, because only 2 candidates can be considered at a time, it slows the interview process. Reaching out to applicants can result in additional delays if they have waited on the eligibility list for months already, have found other employment, are hard to reach, or are slow to respond. Additionally, hiring managers indicate that the top 2 scoring candidates do not always have the technical skills needed for the position in the department. In those cases, departments must wait until either the list expires or the candidates ranked highest on the list have been hired by a different department. Some hiring managers indicated that qualified candidates may simply not test well, but through the hiring and promotions process, they are measured on exam scores rather than experience or credentials until the interview. Finally, the Rule of Two, and very importantly, can limit hiring managers' discretion in selecting new staff to meet other departmental goals, such as increasing workforce diversity. Los Angeles, for instance, allows hiring managers to consider any candidate who earns one of 3 top whole scores, such as 100, 99, and 98. Other cities allow any candidate with a passing score to be considered, and Baltimore has a rule of 5. And some cities, such as Nashville, Tennessee, take a very different approach to hiring than Philadelphia. Nashville has no exams except for police and fire. All applicants for open competitive vacancies are rated on a basis of their resume on training and experience. Applicants are rated in the highest range are ranked outstanding. Those in the next lower band are considered well qualified, and those in the lowest passing group are considered qualified. Typically, the winning candidate comes from the outstanding category. Not many cities have reviewed their hiring processes or pressed for change in recent years. An exception is Detroit, which updated its civil service regulations in 2017. At the time, the city moved from a rule of 1 to a rule of 3. This change did not require amending the city charter. Rather, it was approved by the Civil Service Commission and City Council. The rationale for Detroit's change was to improve the selection process for new civil service employees. In addition to limiting the number of candidates who can be considered, the Rule of 2 also contributes to how long it takes to hire new employees. Pew's research found that from 2013 to 2015, the median period between a job candidate's submission of an application and the day he or she was selected for the position was 360 days. And applicants who pass their exams can wait on a list for up to 2 years. Pew was unable to obtain comparable numbers from other cities. The Rule of 2, it's a factor in the length of the process, and here's why. Applicants are interviewed in the order they appear on the list, and only 2 candidates can be considered for each position at any one time. The third person on the list can't be considered until either one of the 2 candidates has been hired or a candidate asked to be removed from the list. Additionally, a candidate can decline to be interviewed for that agency or department but remain on the list for the classification. Candidates can remove their names from consideration by a department up to 3 times. After that, the candidate is removed from the list. In addition to new hires, promotions are also determined via the Rule of 2 and are largely selected through exam results. The Home Rule Charter states, quote, "Vacancies shall be filled by promotion whenever possible," meaning that only current city employees may be considered for most civil service positions above entry level unless all other options have been exhausted. Many cities have similar regulations in their charters and codes, although Phoenix fills vacancies at the management level without regard to whether the candidate is a current civil service employee. In conclusion, hiring through Philadelphia's civil service system, which governs, again, 81% of the workforce, can be inflexible and lengthy. Other cities have systems in place designed to give managers more discretion while seeking to maintain the notion of merit-based hiring that is essential to civil service. Philadelphia must continue to balance the conflicting priorities of finding and retaining the talent the city needs for the future while maintaining a commitment to fair and equitable hiring, the backbone of the civil service system. Thank you again for this opportunity. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Council member, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Katie, thank you so very much for your testimony here today. I did note in my opening remarks that Pew Charitable Trust, clearly we used your research when working on this issue, so thank you all so very much. Pat Christmas, Policy Director from the Committee of 70. Are you on with us, Pat? I saw you earlier. Thank you, Pat. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Of course. Thank you, Chair Parker and members of the committee for taking up this important issue. My name is Pat Christmas. I'm the Policy Director for the Committee of 70. I do know we have a very full docket this afternoon, and it's the middle of a very full day. So I submitted written testimony earlier. I'm going to elevate one point above all other things for us this afternoon, and that's the history of this particular rule. This rule was drafted 70 years ago in an entirely different era, and in response to a major issue that no longer exists. Obviously, this is a very good thing. In the early 20th century, nearly all city and county jobs were patronage jobs. We did have a civil service system at the time through our 1919 legislative charter. The county jobs weren't applicable or subject to those rules. The city jobs were, but the Civil Service Commission was entirely partisan, appointed by council at the time. Terms were coterminous, so regime after regime could pass on control of city jobs throughout. And even for the rules that we did have, we had eligibility lists. People could kind of pluck people off them, and if rules were broken, they were ignored. by the overseers at the time, that particular commission. So, obviously, we are in a very different environment today. The 1951 Charter has an independent civil service commission, staggered terms, members come from a nomination panel. We have strong rules against political activity in our charter, a new ethics board, a chief integrity officer. And then further, the culture within and around city government has also changed substantially over the past, not just the past 70 years, but the past several decades. So it's important to note that this rule was never intended to produce the most effective and efficient workforce. It was certainly never drafted to make sure that city government was populated with city residents from across the city. It was drafted to address patronage, and we do have a few remaining parts of local government where patronage still exists, but in our opinion, this rigid rule, which has already been noted is an outlier, is no longer necessary. So that's the point I wanted to elevate above all others. We are also very grateful for Pew's research, but unlike Pew, we are able to have a position on the matter, and we do think repealing this particular provision would be a good thing. It will matter how the regulations are drafted, but of course that's going to become a little bit farther down the process. So I'll pause there, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them down.
Thank you so very much, Pat, for your testimony as well. And just want to note for the record that the Committee of 70 is no Johnny-come-lately when it comes to advocating for reform as it relates to this issue. And one of the things that you brought to mind was a letter that I received from someone who worked in our recreation department. And they were so frustrated, both Katie and Pat, because they had worked in the department for many years, but because they were not a very good standardized test taker, they ended up having to train rec leader after rec leader to move up and even to understand and know the recreation center that they were going to, and that person could not move up because they had not done well on this on the test during that time. And so you're providing, Pat, a historical overview, giving us some context about the why this was relevant and needed during that time was extremely important. The chair is now going to recognize Council Member Quinones Sanchez for comments and questions.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to quickly, I was trying to get you before you opened up to the panel. Just really wanted to thank you, and thank you for putting in context the long conversation we've been having about this issue over the years. And I'm encouraged that, both the Civil Service Commission and the Human Service Resources Office is really going to not only take on this issue, but since you mentioned the Department of Rec, I just want to give you examples around some regulatory issues that as this comes down the pipeline, we have to look at. We have departments where you can't be a supervisor unless you have acting experience, and only the supervisors get to pick who has acting experience, right? So this was never, this whole process has not always been in the best interest of the city. Clearly not in the best interest of diversity. And so I also wanted to just thank you and the Committee of 70 for staying on this. And again, we're at a different moment in time in our city's history, and we can have these sensible conversations and really get to the elephant in the room without being apologetic for why the elephant was in the room. So I appreciate Pat's history on this. So I'm very thankful to you, Madam Chair, on this issue, and look forward as we get to the regulations, because we really do got to look at these job specifications, the regulations, and some of the culture that's existed in departments around how people have access. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member Sanchez, and you're absolutely right. The legislative action is only one part of it. The details in how the regs are developed will be extremely important as well. With that being said, are there any questions or comments from any other members of the committee for this panel? Hearing none, is there anyone else here to testify on the bill and resolution whose name has not yet been called? Hearing none, we will now move on to bill number 210507 and resolution number 210524. Before Rachel calls the first panel, Councilmember Green, would you like to make any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, Councilmember Green, I can hear you.
Yes. So this is an opportunity to address community and also housing in the city of Philadelphia. We all know that we have an affordable housing crisis in the city of Philadelphia. It's an issue that's been going on for some time. And the work of the Housing Trust Fund, and I have to acknowledge the great work of our colleague, Councilmember Maria Quiñones Sanchez, we've been able to move forward in quite a bit in reference to providing housing for people from all different communities, for those that have physical or learning differences, as well as those who've experienced homelessness and are very vulnerable. The pandemic has made that even more of a challenge, and we understand the challenges of providing financing for the Housing Trust Fund. And being someone that does chair the Finance Committee, and through my work in this body and other bodies like the Pennsylvania Municipal League and National League of Cities, I'm cognizant of some of the financial challenges of trying to meet the goals that we need to do. However, with the dollars we're receiving from the American Rescue Plan, that'll put us in a better place going into next fiscal year and the fiscal year thereafter, and making sure that we are living up to the commitments that we have said in the past to make sure that those who have affordable housing challenges in the city of Philadelphia, we're doing everything that we can to meet that burden. And the Housing Trust Fund is a vehicle to do that. For some years, I've been working with the Philadelphia Coalition for Affordable Communities and really helping them on a number of issues. This is something that we discussed some time ago, but we really couldn't put it into a movement until this time. I think the time is of the essence to move forward with this legislation in order to make sure that we're doing all that we can as a city to provide resources and help those who really need housing in the city of Philadelphia, as well as preserve housing in the city of Philadelphia that so many of our colleagues or district council members who support and represent middle neighborhoods also need assistance with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green, for your work on this issue, and particularly with keeping the conversation relative to middle neighborhoods. Lots of times when you're discussing this issue, people think about the building, and middle neighborhoods never once come to their mind. So thank you so very much for taking that into consideration. Rachel, will you please call the first panel we have to testify this afternoon on Bill number 210507 and Resolution number 210524?
Rob Dubois is on the first panel.
Good afternoon, Rob. Are you here?
I am, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rob, for being with us. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Parker. I am Rob Dubois. I'm the Director of Finance. I'm joined here by Budget Director Marissa Waxman, and I'm here to testify in opposition to the bill and resolution. The bill would provide for the submission to the electors of an amendment to the Home Rule Charter. The charter change would provide for a mandatory annual appropriation for the Housing Trust Fund in the amount of at least 1% of the city's general fund appropriations. We oppose this and any similar amendment that attempt to bind the hands of future mayors and councils by requiring certain budgetary appropriations as opposed to proceeding through the normal budgetary process. Additionally, the Housing Trust Fund has traditionally been funded through deed recording fees. If council wanted to increase appropriations to the fund, making changes to those fees could be an alternate source of additional revenue. Additionally, the city is about to borrow $400 million with $100 million in the coming year to support housing through the Neighborhood Preservation Initiative, providing a wealth of new resources, but also adding long-term fixed costs in the form of debt service. We project that this charter change would require us to set aside over $25 million annually, which would mean that that amount would be added to our already high level of fixed costs, further limiting our budgetary flexibility. In FY21, more than half the general fund is dedicated to fixed or inflexible costs, including pension payments, debt service, subsidies to SEPTA and the Convention Center, leaving less than half for the mayor and council to allocate each year to respond to evolving needs of the city and its residents. Locking in an even greater proportion would hurt our shared ability and responsibility to remain responsive to community needs over time. Our high level of fixed costs, combined with our relatively low fund balances and reliance on sensitive streams of tax revenues, all combined to make the impact of the pandemic more severe for Philadelphia than it was for other cities. We agree that housing funding is crucially important. We also think there are other portions of the budget that are essential, like education funding, funding for violence prevention. We don't know yet what needs Philadelphians will have as the world emerges from the pandemic, but we do know that we need to maintain flexibility to provide the best possible mix of services. Thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to testify. And Marissa and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Rob DeBoe, for your testimony. And the chair recognizes Councilmember Greens for comments and questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. DeBoe, I just have a few questions. Can you let the body know and those who are listening, when was the O.B. Cato Scholarship Program initially presented to this body and to the public?
During last year's budget.
Last year's budget. And what was the amount that was allocated for the O.B. Cato Scholarship prior to the pandemic?
For the pandemic, there was no funding for that scholarship. That started last year.
No, I understand that, but you had an allocation number initially for the O.B. Cato Scholarship, from my recollection, and then that had to be changed due to the pandemic.
Yes, that was reduced. I forget, I think it wound up at $4 million. It may have started at $8 million.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember the exact numbers. I think it may have started at $8 million and wound up at $4 million in the FY21 budget.
Okay. And then for the FY21. And then for this year's budget, what is the amount allocated for the O.B. Cato Scholarship?
We are proposing $8 million.
Okay. And then what is the amount scheduled for FY23 and going forward?
It goes up. I'd have to get back to you with the exact numbers. I think it's $45 million over the 5 years.
So $45 million over the 5-year plan.
I think so. I want to confirm that, but I think it's around that amount.
But it was a decision by the administration to make an investment in this type of scholarship because it was something that was felt was needed by the administration. Correct?
That's correct.
Right. And this was a new idea from Mayor Kenny, and Mayor Kenny was very involved, and I commend him for his leadership in having the Octavius Valentine Cato statue erected outside of City Hall. He spent a number of years to get that type of landmark, the first African American on the City Hall apron, and then this scholarship is a continuation of that work. So a $45 million investment over a 5-year plan is something that's very important for the citizens and also the future of the city of Philadelphia. Would you say correct?
I would, yes.
Right. And so then going forward, the next administrations after that, I would venture that this administration would like to see that scholarship continue to be funded.
We would like to see it continue to be funded.
Because you would say that the city of Philadelphia has made a commitment to young people and the citizens of the city of Philadelphia by providing a scholarship. And it would make sense that in this type of, I don't want to say contract, but we'll say engagement between the city leadership and city government and the people of the city of Philadelphia, that we're going to fund this scholarship, hopefully going forward into the future. So a commitment was made, correct?
We would hope that the scholarship would continue, yes.
Right, because a budget is a document that demonstrates a commitment of the priorities of any public body, being federal, state, or local government. And so if someone makes a investment in this area, you would hope that the city government, even though in the future there may be different leadership, that commitment will continue to carry forward. Would you say that's correct?
We would hope, yes. We wouldn't require, but we would hope.
Right, you would hope. Okay. In reference to the Housing Trust Fund, what was the amount of dollars that were allocated in FY 2019 for the Housing Trust Fund?
I have the 20 number. I don't have the 19 number in front of me.
Okay, well, let's give me the 20 number.
Okay, 1 second. It was about $18 million.
That is correct from my knowledge.
Okay.
Okay. And then what about FY 21?
FY 21 wound up at $20 million.
Mm-hmm. And then what about FY 22?
FY 22 is $6 million.
Mm-hmm.
In that That's the general fund contribution, which is in addition to the recording.
And I'm about to go to that. So the FY22 contribution is $6.4 million, and that's general fund dollars, correct? I'm sorry, that's the transfer tax dollars, correct?
No, $6 million is the general fund contribution.
Oh, that is general fund. Thank you for making that correction. So in the FY21, $20 million are allocated for the Housing Trust Fund. What portion was the general fund and what portion was the transfer tax?
Sorry, what I was giving you was the general fund portions.
That was the general fund portion. Okay. Yeah. So as you said, FY20 was $18 million in general fund. FY21 was $20 million for general fund. And then FY22 is $6.4 million for the general fund.
Yes. Okay. And the reason for the decrease is funding that would have gone to the Housing Trust Fund instead is being proposed to be allocated to debt service for the neighborhood preservation initiative bonds until the construction impact tax revenues come in, and then those funds would start going back to the Housing Trust Fund.
Right, but before that, that was a decision by the administration to provide dollars for the Housing Trust Fund at $6.4 million, correct?
Yeah, and the decision, though, to take some of that money and move it to debt service was
right, but that was an administration decision because the council just does the appropriation. The administration controls the revenue and actually presents the budget to city council.
That's right. That's our proposal.
Right. So the administration made a decision to only provide $6.4 million in general fund dollars for FY22 to the Housing Trust Fund. So FY23, what's the amount being proposed for the Housing Trust Fund?
That's the proposal in this budget.
Right, funded by the administration, correct. Of $6.4 million in general fund dollars to the Housing Trust Fund. For FY23, what's the amount being proposed for the Housing Trust Fund?
I don't have that in front of me. I have to get back.
Just based on your knowledge, because Mr. DeBell, you've been both a budget director and also finance director for a number of years, but from your understanding, is that number higher or lower than $6.4 million?
I think it's higher. I think. I'd have to look. It depends on, I forget when we projected that the construction impact tax dollars come in, but when they come in, that number is going to go back up.
Okay. So my point is, and going back to my beginning commentary, when we talked about Octavia B. Cato Scholarship, the citizens in the city of Philadelphia, considering that scholarship and investment dollars, would consider that to continue to go forward because that was a commitment that the city has made to investing in our youth. I would say that, publicly, the administration has publicly made a commitment to funding the Housing Trust Fund over a number of years at a level that's been higher than what has been demonstrated in this budget. Now, I do understand last year we dealt with the pandemic, and that was a challenge and concern. But this administration made a decision to not fund the Housing Trust Fund at the level that it made a commitment to do so. Just like we've made a commitment to continue with the Octavia B. Cato Scholarship right now, that may not continue in the future. My point behind this legislation is that if a commitment is made, it needs to be followed on. And I understand that there are issues and concerns, but our budget is a document that demonstrates the commitments and decisions that we're making as a government. And so that's why this legislation was presented the way it was, giving the administration the ability, if there was an economic challenge, to put a pause on funding the Housing Trust Fund at this level. One last point, I know some others may have questions. You mentioned in your testimony that if the council wanted to fund the Housing Trust Fund at a higher level, we could have increased the real estate transfer tax. But I would mention that if the administration wanted to honor their commitment to the Housing Trust Fund, and they did not feel they had the resources to do so, even though we're receiving $700 million of American Rescue Plan dollars this year, another $700 million next year, they also could have made that commitment by making a proposal to increase the real estate transfer tax. However, they chose not to do that and also made the decision not to fund the Housing Trust Fund at the level they committed to prior to the pandemic, and now we're at a point with resources to allow us to get back to that commitment. That was the need for this legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Just as an administrative note, Rachel, I clicked on another link so I can now see the chat, colleagues. So if anyone needs to be recognized, please know that I can see the chat. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Hearing none. Hey, Rob DeBoe, you got off easy this time. Hearing none. Rachel, will you please call the second panel? We have to testify this afternoon on bill number 210507 and resolution number 210524.
Andrea Custis, followed by Rick Sauer and Andrew Frischkoff.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Good afternoon, Andrea. Good to see you. And
good to see you.
State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Andrea Custis, and I am the President and CEO of the Urban League of Philadelphia. I am testifying today to express my support for Bill 210507 and Resolution 210524, introduced by Councilmember Green. The Urban League of Philadelphia fully supports this ordinance and resolution and applauds the City Council for considering this necessary legislation. During this pandemic, many things about how we move throughout the world have changed. What has not changed is the need for housing to keep Philadelphians safe and healthy. Many Philadelphians are struggling during this pandemic to make ends meet, and the passage of this bill and resolution will help those Philadelphians to stay in their homes. Unfortunately, we see many here at the Urban League of Philadelphia who are struggling, and I cannot say enough about the support for Councilman Green. Affordable housing is at the heart of some many inequities that continue to plague our city, especially as we seek to address the historic disinvestments in Black and Brown communities, but provide greater meaningful solutions that eliminate redlining and mechanisms that have restricted our most disadvantaged from housing and other rights. As we recover and reset from this pandemic, we must be intentional in developing greater and more equitable solutions that support all Philadelphians. Establishing a mandatory allocation from the city's general fund to the Philadelphia Housing Trust Fund will secure greater resources for thousands of Philadelphians to repair their homes, find rental homes they can afford, or give those the ability to stay in their homes who are at risk of homelessness. The time to secure and increase funding for the Housing Trust Fund while also giving them the ability to expand much-needed programs is now, right now. The Urban League of Philadelphia fully supports the passage of Bill 210507 and Resolution 210524. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Andrea, for your testimony. Rick Sauer, are you connected?
Yes, I am.
Oh, thank you, Rick, for being here. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rick Sauer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Philadelphia Association of Community Development Corporations. Even before the pandemic, Philadelphia faced an affordable housing crisis on many fronts, and this is something City Council is well aware of, and we thank you for your leadership in recent years on some serious steps to make a difference for our most vulnerable neighbors. In FY19, City Council reached agreement with the administration to commit $20 million in general fund resources annually to the Housing Trust Fund from revenues from properties coming off their 10-year tax abatement and density bonus in lieu of fee payments from developments that access the mixed income housing density bonus but don't include those affordable units on site. Last year, during the COVID-19 budget crisis, when the mayor proposed zeroing out this commitment, it was City Council who stepped up to make sure that the full $20 million was appropriated from the general fund to the Housing Trust Fund. This year, the mayor has proposed less than $7 million in general fund resources for the trust fund, a shortfall of approximately $13 million, despite the city being awarded $1.4 billion in federal emergency relief funds and the additional funds that are coming in through in lieu of fee payments that I was referencing earlier. As a result, we have been forced to play this recurring annual game of fighting to implement a previous agreed to annual appropriation to the Housing Trust Fund. Meeting the affordable housing challenges faced by Philadelphia residents and to advance a more equitable recovery will require us to use all the resources at our disposal, including not only the planned Neighborhood Preservation Initiative bond funds, but also additional flexible resources from the city's general fund. And I just wanted to clarify one thing. The city can't increase the deed mortgage recording fees for the Housing Trust Fund unless first the Recorder's Office increases the portion of their fee to cover their delivery services. So that revenue channel is not an option right now. Bill number 210507 and the accompanying resolution would have put an end to the annual battle to restore the general fund appropriation to the trust fund by mandating an annual appropriation of at least 0.5% of the city's general fund appropriations, which my understanding would have been about $26 million this year based on our current budget. And that would go to the Housing Trust Fund starting in July of 2022, so a little bit more than a year from now, assuming the voters approve it on the ballot, which I have no doubt they will. Unfortunately, even if you pass this bill and it's approved by voters, it would not restore full funding the Housing Trust Fund for fiscal year 2022, which begins next month. Thus, we urge City Council to not only approve this bill and resolution to place a mandatory annual appropriation to the Philadelphia Housing Trust Fund on the ballot, but also to fully restore general fund support for the trust fund for FY22 to the promised $20 million level. Before concluding, I would also like to briefly speak to the renters access legislation that's on the committee later this afternoon, as I will not be able to stay on for that. We support City Council's interest in making Philadelphia's housing market more equitable and protecting our most vulnerable residents. And we agree that owners of rental housing should have uniform rental screening criteria. However, we have deep concerns about the unintended consequences of Bill number 210330 on nonprofit affordable housing developments and the developers that are working hard to address the housing challenges faced by Philadelphia's lower income residents. While we appreciate the bill sponsor's willingness to amend the bill to address concerns we and others have been raising, the proposed amendment, at least that we saw this morning, we believe is insufficient with regard to affordable housing developments, such as those financed with low-income housing tax credits, which is the main vehicle right now for rental housing development in this country. The proposed amendment would put the onus on affordable housing developers around compliance, resulting in enormous administrative burdens and unrealistic timeframes to comply and that may also take resources away from developing and operating new affordable homes for lower-income Philadelphians. The requirements in the bill may also put Philadelphia affordable housing developers at a competitive disadvantage in a very highly competitive funding environment for low-income housing tax credits with other developers across the state, or for obtaining equity investments in their affordable rental housing developments. And the appeals process will also take enormous resources, may end up limiting the number of applicants that can be accepted. We all share a common goal of making sure every Philadelphian has access to safe, affordable housing. And to accomplish this, we must be mindful of state and federal requirements that govern a significant part of the resources we use to meet this goal. We are therefore requesting that a more comprehensive amendment along the lines of what we proposed last week, exempting affordable housing developments that receive federal, state, or local funding be adopted before that bill moves forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Well, thank you so very much, Rick, for being here. Please stay on as long as you can. We have Andy who's next, and colleagues may have questions for this panel, if you can. And Andrew, are you with us? Andy?
Yes, I am, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Frischkopf. I'm the director of LISC Philadelphia. I've submitted written testimony, but would also like to share a abridged testimony here. Chairperson Parker, members of the committee, and other members of City Council, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'm here to provide testimony regarding Bill 210507 and Resolution 210524, proposing an amendment to the Philadelphia Home Rule Charter to provide for a mandatory annual appropriation for the Housing Trust Fund. On behalf of Philadelphia Local Initiative Support Corporation, I would like to testify in favor of this proposal. In order to meet the many affordable housing needs that were previously identified in the city's Housing Action Plan and that have now worsened during the pandemic, Philadelphia needs to increase its annual investment in affordable housing. The best way to ensure that there are stable and sufficient funds to develop and preserve affordable housing is to dedicate public funds that are free of annual budget negotiations, especially those that require new taxes or that depend on fluctuating revenue sources. I can think of no surer solution than a charter change backed by the city's electorate that ensures predetermined annual appropriations for affordable housing. While there are multiple housing needs that the Housing Trust Fund should address, I will focus my own testimony on the need for equitable preservation of our existing at-risk affordable rental housing. This is not to discount the need for additional resources for home ownership and other housing, but I trust other witnesses will cover these issues in their testimony. Philadelphia has grown into a dual market city that benefits some residents while leaving many others behind, either homeless or unable to find safe, stable, decent, and affordable housing. Between 2008 and 13, more than 6,000 new housing units renting for $2,000 plus were developed in the city. Yet during the same time period, we lost more than 13,000 units renting for $800 or less. The loss of these lower-cost units demonstrates an urgent need for the city to continue to encourage development of new affordable rental housing while preserving the remaining affordable rental housing that is at risk of being lost. In addition, our assessment of fair housing indicates Philadelphia has approximately 14,500 publicly assisted affordable rental housing units that may be at risk. These are typically properties that were developed or renovated in the past 30 years, which may soon be lost due to age and deteriorating physical condition, expiration of rental subsidies, or the end of low-income housing tax credit affordability compliance periods. Properties located in stronger markets or owned privately may be particularly at risk to the loss of affordability and conversion to market rate. The city has invested tens of millions of dollars to build these affordable housing projects that are now at risk. Without an infusion of new public funding, decades of previous investments may become sunk costs because building owners are unable to recapitalize properties and maintain them as long-term affordable housing. In addition to the potential loss of subsidized affordable rental, even more non-subsidized affordable rental units, also known as naturally occurring affordable housing, are at risk. According to a recently released report from Urban Land Institute and DHCD, there are an estimated 76,000 naturally occurring affordable housing properties, representing 97,000 rental units, that are considered affordable to households earning between 25 and 80% of area median income. The report reveals that roughly 64,000 of these are vulnerable because they are in poor condition, subject to displacement, or located in a strong market area, which will likely increase rental rates or possibly lead to conversion or sale to other owners. I will stop now. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information today. I hope it will make the case for allowing our qualified electors to vote for a charter change enshrining annual appropriations for affordable housing.
Thank you so very much, Andy, for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee for members of this panel? And I do have the ability to see the chat box now. So if you've typed your name, Chair recognizes Council Member Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank both Rick Sauer and Andrew Frischkoff for your testimony this afternoon regarding the Housing Trust Fund and for your advocacy for so many years in this space, both from Association of Community Development Corporations that Rick Sauer, you've been the head of for so many years, and Andrew through your work with LISC Philadelphia for helping to provide more housing for people in the city of Philadelphia and your steadfast commitment to this issue and concern regarding how we allocate dollars to help those who don't always have homes, but also help us to preserve people in the homes that they currently have. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you. And thank you all so very much for your testimony. The three of you have been on the front lines of our efforts to address this crisis in affordable housing across the city of Philadelphia, and for that we are extremely grateful. With that being said, Rachel, can you please call?
Madam Chair, I have one last part. Could I?
Sure. Chair recognizes Councilmember Green.
I apologize because I didn't see Ms. Custis on the video, so I would be remiss in not supporting Ms. Custis and the Urban League of Philadelphia. Some people know, but not a lot of people know, that I started my first nonprofit board experience was with the Urban League of Philadelphia when I came out of the Urban League Leadership Institute when I was a young, before attorney who actually had some hair. So I want to thank her leadership for the Urban League of Philadelphia. It's an organization that actually predates the National Urban League, going back to the Armstrong Association in Philadelphia. Just want to thank her for her advocacy as well this afternoon and the work that she's done with the Urban League, and also demonstrating the importance of advocating for housing for people in the city of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Green.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. And I was about to say, you good Kappa man, you. Were you going to forget that lady of DST? Andrea, you know I was on it. I was on it. I was to get you, Kappa man.
Blame it on the mind, not the heart. So these gray hairs are definitely doing something. So I'm getting a little more seasoned. So.
Okay, listen, just for the record, I want to note, much like you just heard from Rick Sauer from PACDC's, Andrea Custis has also submitted testimony for the record for the next bill of the Renters Access Act, because she as well, they've been waiting. You know, we were supposed to start a whole lot earlier, but so thank you very much, both of you, for putting a testimony on the record regarding the next bill as well. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rachel, I'm going to ask you to please call the third panel we have here to testify this afternoon on bill number 210507 and resolution number 210524.
The third panel is Carrie Rathman, Dominique Howell, Margaret Livingston, and Stacy Moore. And Stacy may not be available anymore, but I'm not sure if she's here. She may or may not be here, depending on timing.
And Rachel, thank you for that. You reminded me. So even if we call the name of someone to be presented on the panel and they are no longer here because they could not wait, we will make sure that the testimony that they intended to put on the record today be given to the stenographer, so it can be added as an official part of this committee's proceedings. So we do want to note that for the record. With that being mine, Carrie, are you connected and still with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you so very much. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
I'm Carrie Rathman, Director of Strategic Partnerships at Habitat for Humanity, Philadelphia. Thank you, Chairwoman Parker, for hearing me today, and to the whole committee. So Habitat is a developer of affordable housing, ownership housing. We also provide repairs to existing low-income homeowners. We are a proud member of the Philadelphia Coalition for Affordable Communities, and I'm here today to thank Councilman Derek Green and also the other co-sponsors of the bill, and express Habitat's full support for resolution number 210524 and bill 210507 for mandatory annual appropriations to the Housing Trust Fund. I also have done my best to abridge my comments since running behind. At Habitat, we build and repair homes for low-income homeowners, making up to 80% of area median income. This work is critical for addressing Philadelphia's pressing housing needs, but also because of the numerous secondary benefits that safe, stable, and affordable housing provides for individuals, families, and whole communities. If we all care about education and health and workforce development and crime reduction, then we also fundamentally have to address housing, which is at the heart of all of those things. We must ensure that all Philadelphians have a decent and place to live, and this takes a serious financial investment. There are currently at least 121,000 homes in Philadelphia that are deemed inadequate. 23% of those houses have several problems that pile up on each other. We also have an unusually high home ownership rate among the population's low-income residents and even those living in poverty. We are in a position to help these households along with tens of thousands of others who are struggling on the rental market or those trying to find housing at all. We applaud the administration and council for considering the racial inequities during this budget negotiation season. One clear, equitable strategy is increasing the city investment in housing for those that need assistance, as centuries of racist housing policy and practice have really hurt Black and brown populations, and they are more likely to experience housing insecurity. We must meaningfully address the needs and gaps across the housing continuum, from emergency housing all the way to home ownership and maintaining home ownership. This requires consistent annual investment in the Housing Trust Fund. This would allow the city and housing-related service providers to expand their services, strategically work together to address current need, and move upstream to address root causes that keep people housing insecure. Relying on generated revenue that wanes with the market is simply not enough to invest in something as fundamental as housing. So we know that housing impacts multiple facets of people's lives and health. I would like to share a quote from one of the homeowners that we recently worked with named Anthony Luton. He's a West Philadelphia veteran whom we worked with repairing his home. He owns his home, but he was unable to afford to keep up its maintenance. Habitat was provided him with a suite of critical repair services that leveraged dollars from the Housing Trust Fund. He said, "I know it looks material, but this is really about my health and wellness. I need this to remain stable, to keep my equilibrium. This has helped me access the resources that I needed." And now Mr. Luton plans to open his home to support other veterans in need now that his home is rehabbed. Here, like elsewhere, we have underfunded housing for decades, making painful decisions to limit impactful housing programs that have far-reaching impacts on quality of life and people's self-sufficiency. This request for a permanent allocation, in addition to existing revenue sources, is long overdue. However, this investment cannot be in place of other existing planned Housing Trust Fund allocations and resources. Habitat wholeheartedly supports this bill, and we will activate our network toward its effort. Thank you for hearing me today. To you all on council and this committee, and to DHCD for its current work, and also Councilman Green for being such an amazing champion, and all those that have signed on to this effort.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Carrie, for your testimony. Dominique, are you connected? Dominique Howe?
Yes, I'm connected.
Oh, thank you so very much, Dominique. Just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
My name is Dominique Howe, and I'm from LRI, which is Liberty Resources, Inc. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm sorry. My name is Dominique Howe, an independent living specialist with Liberty Resources, a Center for Independent Living. I am testifying on behalf of the bill 210507, Resolution 210524, and consumer Todd Kalora, who could not make it here today but wanted to make sure his voice was heard. Mr. Kalora was diagnosed with neoplastic cerebellum degeneration in 2014. Due to his disability, he has delayed fine motor skills and uses a wheelchair for mobility. His disability is very rare. University of Pennsylvania is one of the only hospitals that studies his exact type of disease. As a result, it is very important for him to continue to see his team of doctors here in Philadelphia. He was lucky enough to get a housing choice voucher in 2014, but was looking for housing long before that. He ended up living on the third floor of a PHA high-rise. The fire alarm would constantly go off elevators would always break, and his apartment flooded twice, causing protective services to get involved. Finally, the building was slated for deconstruction in 2019. He had already applied to English House in 2017 and was on their wait list. After weeks of trying to get information from English, he finally found that they were reviewing applications from 2015. He was about to lose his apartment and could not find affordable, accessible housing. He started applying to places that were noted as accessible. Many landlords responded with misleading information about wheelchair accessible places. Some landlords said their places were wheelchair accessible except for one step outside. One step doesn't matter if you're walking. It matters a lot if you're a full-time wheelchair user. He needs wide doorways and could not find any place with wide doorways. Being a wheelchair user with an HCV, he felt he had to compromise on a lot. He was going to accept a place with carpets, which is obviously not ideal for wheelchair users, but had to decline because of the doorways with not being accessible. His specific problem wasn't finding places that took HCVs, it was finding accessible units. Currently, he is living with family members outside of Philadelphia County while he continues to look for affordable, accessible housing. This living situation has not been easy or convenient because, again, his specialized doctors are all in Philadelphia County. He also has a home health aide workers that now travels far to reach him. You may or may not know about the shortage of home health care workers and how hard it is to find reliable one who is willing to work on wages provided. Well, he found one, and he's not sure how much longer she will be able to work with him while out of county. His health is at risk for many reasons because of the city's lack of affordable, accessible housing. This is one of too many examples why putting dedicated funds into the Housing Trust Fund will be one way we can guarantee Philadelphians having access to one of life's basic needs. Creating more accessible housing and affordable housing is one of the key contributors to creating better physical and mental health care in Philadelphia. Thank you to the committee and City Council for this bill and resolution.
Thank you so very much, Dominique, for your testimony. Margaret Livingston from AARP, are you connected, Margaret?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Margaret, we can hear you well. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Parker and City Council members that are on. My name is Margaret Livingston. I'm an AARP representative. I've been an AARP member for the last 17 years and currently been volunteering for the past 2 years. I am also the current president of the Walnut Hill Community Association. I'm here today on behalf of the City of Philadelphia's Livable Communities Network, which is a coalition of over 24 member organizations convened by AARP that supports policies to make Philadelphia a more livable, healthy, affordable city for residents of all ages. I can tell you that the Livable Communities Action Network enthusiastically supports Council Member Green's bill number 210507 that proposes to amend the city charter requiring a minimum funding level for the Housing Trust Fund equal to 1% of the city budget. Philadelphia's Livable Communities Action Plan, which was developed by our coalition and adopted by the Mayor's Commission on Aging in 2020, calls on the city to devote more resources to the Housing Trust Fund. We believe additional funding will increase the number of safe and accessible housing opportunities for individuals and families, especially among our senior residents. Specifically, our plan advocates for a permanent appropriation from the city's general fund and the Housing Trust Fund, and ensuring that the land bank is adequately funded to prioritize the sale of public land for the development of affordable rental and home ownership. Adopting Councilmember Green's charter amendment would mean an increase in funding of at least 0.5% above existing levels, which would translate to $26 million appropriation from the city in this year's budget. Such a funding increase would help hundreds of residents stay in their homes by providing home repairs for low-income homeowners, weatherization, rental assistance, rehabs and preservation of existing housing, and much needed financing for nonprofit and income-restricted housing construction. Having voters approve an automatic minimum city general fund contribution for the Housing Trust Fund would certainly be a positive and welcome move. However, it's important that those new contributions not negatively impact existing funding sources for the Housing Trust Fund. For example, the new contributions under the bill should not impact any funding available under the Federal Home Ownership Assistance Fund, HAF, available pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act in 2021. Or, for example, the Mixed Income Housing Density Bonus passed by City Council in 2018 has been an essential funding source for the Housing Trust Fund, raising much more than was initially projected. We believe any changes to the Mixed Income Housing Plan, such as those included in Bill number 210475, should not effectively reduce the revenue being raised for the Housing Trust Fund. In fact, we actually support changes to the mixed income housing program that would make the option of including below market units on site more attractive to developers, with the hope that a popular program with wide use would raise additional funding and increase the availability of below market housing. That's why we encourage City Council to conduct a thorough analysis of funding resources for the Housing Trust Fund. In our view, the goal should be finding solutions that supplement existing funding sources and significantly improves access to affordable housing for city residents. In conclusion, the City of Philadelphia Livable Community Network supports Councilmember Green's Bill number 210507 that proposes the charter amendment, and we respectfully ask that the City Council vote to include it on the November ballot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Margaret, for your testimony. A point of information, Councilmember Green, I think someone mentioned that this was, what you're proposing was 1% of the city's budget, and my recollection says that it's 0.5%. Can you correct that for the record for me?
You are correct. Majority Leader Parker is 0.5%. That is correct.
Okay, funding of at least 0.5%, correct?
Right. Okay. Thank you so very much, Margaret. But I really wasn't even referring to your testimony. I was referring to some testimony or a comment that was made by another person who testified, and I just wanted to get clarity for the record. Thank you so much, Councilmember Green. And the chair now recognizes Councilmember Green for comments, because the final person on this panel, according to my notes, was Stacy Moore, who is the board chair for Women's Community Revitalization Project, and I don't think Stacy was able to stay with us.
Here.
You are here, Stacy?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much, Stacy. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Great. Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you, Council people, for this testimony and this important hearing. My name also known as WCRP, and WCRP is a proud member of the Philadelphia Coalition for Affordable Communities. I'm here today to support legislation. I'm here to support legislation that would enable a mandatory annual appropriation from the city's general fund to the Housing Trust Fund, because I know what it feels like not to be able to afford rent, let alone to be a homeowner. I'm a renter in a neighborhood that has seen housing prices skyrocket in all four directions from my rental home in Northern Liberties. The cost to buy a house is at least $500,000. I'm here today because I was a part of the organizing work to create the city's Housing Trust Fund more than 16 years ago, and I know how important it is to families like mine. The Housing Trust Fund helps homeowners repair their homes. It helps people with disabilities ensure that their home is accessible for their wheelchair, just like the story that we heard earlier. Helps people who are homeless, as I was more than 25 years ago, or who are near homeless and have the resources to get a home, and also helps to preserve our city's existing affordable housing as well as create new affordable housing. Philadelphia is one of very few cities that doesn't dedicate general fund dollars to the creation and preservation of affordable housing, and we know that the need for affordable homes affects all parts of our city. In North, South, and West Philly, displacement due to rising housing costs since 2000 has pushed out 32% of Black community residents. That's almost 1 out of every 3 Black families that had to leave their neighborhood. The city's Housing Trust Fund can help to keep communities from being broken apart. Some other facts that we now know for certain: between 2008 and 2016, Philadelphia lost 13,000 apartments renting at $800 or less. Philadelphia added 6,000 high-end apartments renting at $2,000 or more within the same time frame, and that Philadelphia only creates up to 300 affordable rental homes each year. So let me make that plain for everyone. Within a span of 8 years, Philadelphia has lost 1,625 affordable apartments renting for $800 or less per year, added 750 high-end apartments renting for $2,000 or more in a predominantly blue-collar city per year, meanwhile only creating 300 affordable rental homes each year. I'm here to ask you to support this legislation and to applaud the work of Council Members Green and all of the co-sponsors, Council Members Squilla, Parker, Gim, Gauthier, Gilmore, Richardson, Brooks, Dom, Thomas, and Johnson for understanding the dire importance of ensuring that Philadelphians have an affordable place to call home. Thank you very much.
Stacey, thank you for your testimony, and I'm happy you were able to stay on. We thought that you weren't going to be able to stay on, and we would just have to add your testimony for the record. But I'm happy you were, and listen, you made it plain, and I appreciate you being very, very clear in outlining what affordability looks like. But I also want to just state for the record, Stacey, because I think we need to shore this up. I want everybody who is renting in Philadelphia to only be renting because they have to rent. I want to get as many people, even those who are renting now, I want us to be able to find a transition so that they can eventually become homeowners and build wealth and equity in those properties. So you definitely affirmed for all of us the importance of making sure that we fund affordability, particularly in the rental market. So thank you, Stacey, for that. I greatly appreciate that. Chair recognizes Councilmember Green for comments and questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be very brief. I just want to thank all of the witnesses that testified on this panel, from Carrie Rathman from Habitat for Humanity, Dominic Howell from Liberty Resources, as well as Margaret Livingston from AARP and Stacey Moore from WCRP. And in fact, in her testimony, she really identified as you said, Madam Chair, all of the communities that benefit from the Housing Trust Fund. And I would be remiss in not thanking both Nora Lichtash and all of the parties of the Philadelphia Coalition for Affordable Communities. I was some years ago in having conversations with both Tom Earl and Nancy Solandra back when I worked for Council Member Tasco, where we started talking about these issues of providing resources for all these communities, for those that have a physical learning difference, and in other communities who are more seasoned, as well as communities as a whole throughout this city of Philadelphia. So I thank you all for your testimony, your advocacy over the years through the Philadelphia Coalition for Affordable Communities, and we'll continue to work on this issue going forward. And thank you for offering your voice this afternoon on this issue and this legislation.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee for any of those who spoke on this panel? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, I just had a comment.
Okay, sure. The chair recognizes Councilmember Gill.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I also just wanted to thank Stacy very much for her very moving testimony, and to echo the bill sponsor, just out of respect for the many testifiers today, I wanted to make sure that everybody had the chance to speak, but want to acknowledge the long-time advocacy of so many groups and organizations that helped really have a vision for housing that was focused in on communities and families in need, and just express a lot of gratitude to all the testifiers for their advocacy over the years. Also want to thank the bill sponsor for his commitment to this issue and ensuring that the Housing Trust Fund will have a stable source of funding, and from there will continue to build. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim, for your comments. Is there anyone else here to testify on the bill and resolution whose name has not yet been called? Let me just double check the chat. Okay, hearing none, we will now move on to bill.
Councilwoman?
Yes.
This is Councilwoman Bass that I put in the chat for comment.
Oh, okay. Chair recognizes Councilmember Bass.
I just really wanted to echo what my colleague just said before me, but, just really hearing from Ms. Moore and for her comments. There was a time in Philadelphia that wasn't that long ago in which a lot of the neighborhoods that are hot right now were very affordable, including Northern Liberties. These were neighborhoods that people had been in for generations and had, never had a fear that one day when I'm ready, when I've got everything together and my finances are just so, and my credit's just so, and I feel like the responsibility of home ownership and a combination or just one or many of these things, I may decide to go ahead and purchase. And there was never, I think, a fear that this would be one day something that would be unattainable, because prices have skyrocketed in neighborhoods like Northern Liberties, like Point Breeze, like so many others. So I think that the Housing Trust Fund is extremely valuable, extremely important, and I just really wanted to thank Councilman Green for his work on this. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Bass, for your comments. And are there any other colleagues who have any comments or questions that they wanted to make? Okay, hearing none, we will now move on to bill number 210329 and 210330. And before Rachel calls the first panel, would my colleague, Councilmember Brooks, are you connected, Councilmember, and would you like to make any comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have opening comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I want to say a few words about the Renters Access Act and acknowledge the many stakeholders, renters, advocates, and elected officials who have made this legislation as strong as it is today. The Renters Access Act makes common sense improvements to what can be an incredibly difficult and ambiguous and biased process. By regulating the tenant screening process, landlords will be more likely to consider the full financial picture of a potential tenant,
rather than just relying on pieces of information that disproportionately bar people of color, especially Black women, from stable rental housing and force them into unregulated, dangerous, illegal living arrangements. Applying for rental housing should not be a black box. Making this process more transparent will help landlords find tenants that best meet the appropriate criteria and save renters from spending hundreds of dollars on application fees that they cannot afford. The process of drafting and amending this legislation has been truly collaborative, and I want to thank the many housing advocates, policy experts, union and worker-led organizations, and landlord groups that provided us with helpful feedback. As a result of this process, we have made a handful of amendments to the package of bills, which ensure it has the intended effect on renters and landlords alike. These amendments have already been circulated to the members of this committee and their staff, along with a one-pager detailing the legislation and its changes. In short, the various amendments do the following. Remove the requirement that landlords hold rental units while tenant disputes the application denial. Remove the presumption of violation of landlord-tenant code for failure to post written criteria. Add an evaluation requirement 18 months after this bill has taken effect to make sure the bills are working as intended. Change the prohibition on looking at old eviction records from 2 years to 4 years. Add an exemption for publicly subsidized housing. Increase the time for landlord notification of reasons for rejection of a potential tenant. Increase the number of dwelling units to qualify for the exemption from the requirement to offer the next available unit. These amendments place clear expectations on landlords that are both achievable and realistic, while still creating a viable pathway to housing for renters. And I want to address one amendment specifically, the amendment exempting publicly subsidized rental units. This amendment exempts publicly subsidized housing providers from any requirements in either of these bills that may conflict or jeopardize their funding. In effect, publicly subsidized housing providers will be required to provide written screening criteria to applicants, but will likely be exempt from the remaining requirements of these bills. This construction strikes a balance between providing similar protections to low-income applicants and avoiding burdensome requirements on publicly subsidized housing providers. Now is the time for legislation that will help the most vulnerable among us achieve financial stability after the pandemic and address the deep-seated structural barriers that keep working-class communities of color from living in stable, affordable housing units. And I want to thank the administration for their feedback and support, Community Legal Services for their expertise and advocacy, and the co-sponsors of the Renters Access Act, Council Members Gautier, Gim, Heenan, and Thomas, for continuously championing renters' protections. Philadelphia is becoming a nationwide model for making rental housing safer, more affordable, more equitable, and I'm proud to offer this legislation as another step in that direction. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. As an administrative effort today, the chair wants to acknowledge before we call on the first panel, Councilmember David O, who wants to record his vote because we have some scheduling challenges. Councilmember O, are you still connected with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. So thank you. I will be leaving the meeting. I wanted to be recorded as voting aye on all bills and resolution except for 210330.
The chair will reflect that Councilmember O will be recorded as voting aye on all of the legislative and the issues, the bills and the resolutions, except for 210330. Is that correct, Councilmember O?
That is correct. I'll be voting no on that one.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember.
All right, thanks. Thank you very much, Chair.
Hey, Rachel, will you please call the first panel?
Yes, the first panel is Ann Fedulin, Dominique London, and Catherine Payne.
Thank you so much. Before Ann Fedulin, who is the first person to speak, gives her testimony, I do want to note for the record that written testimony has been submitted by Daniel Heyman, staff attorney at Senior Law, Lizzie Shackney, a member of Philadelphia's DSA's Housing Committee and tenant organizer, Cheryl Harmon, Philadelphia tenant, LaShia Ross, a Philadelphia tenant, Karen Harvey, who is the lead organizer, the Tenants Union Representative Network Turn, Michael Howland Dewar, Deha Derrick, District 1199C, SEIU Healthcare, and Community Legal Services. With that being said, Ann Fedulin, are you still with us and connected?
I am here and I am connected.
Thank you so very much, Ann. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and members of the Law and Government Committee. I am Ann Fedulin, Director of Planning and Development for the City of Philadelphia. I will present testimony on behalf of the administration on bills numbers 210329 and 210330, which protect prospective tenants' rights to a fair screening process when applying for rental housing. Randy Duke of the Philadelphia Commission on Human Rights is also present and available to help with questions that may arise. The administration supports these bills with the proposed amendments, particularly the clear and explicit exemption of publicly subsidized units. Equal opportunity to fair housing has been an issue for decades. Although laws such as the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 and subsequent amendments are designed to prevent discrimination in housing, discrimination still occurs. For instance, the National Housing Alliance stated that there were over 28,000 reported acts of housing discrimination across the country in 2019. These bills, as proposed to be amended, are sound ways to create a clear mechanism for those seeking to rent a home by allowing prospective tenants to know in advance the criteria from which they will be screened, providing rejected applicants with written reasons for not being approved for housing, and a more immediate path to dispute judgments through private right of action. The amendments related to housing receiving public subsidies are critical, and we appreciate the sponsor's willingness to include them. Without these amendments, time delays for prospective tenant appeals could jeopardize meeting placed in service date deadlines, which in turn could result in the loss of low-income housing tax credits. The review timeframes within which hundreds of applications for each unit of subsidized housing simply could not be met. The requirement that a rejected tenant be offered the next available unit likely could not consistently be met due to specific requirements related to accessibility, income, and previous housing status. This legislation may have inadvertently conflicted with federal and state affordable housing regulations, which are voluminous and complicated, and we did not have enough time to review them in detail. So again, we appreciate the sponsor's willingness to exempt publicly subsidized units. City Council has been a national leader in creating tenant protections, and we are proud to have worked with them, with you all, to create a national model for eviction prevention. We appreciate that this work has continued in a way that protects both existing and prospective tenants without creating unintended consequences that could threaten our affordable housing supply or funding. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ann, so very much for your testimony. Dominique London. Dominique, are you connected and with us? Hi, I am connected. Hello. Thank you, Dominique. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dominique London. I am a Philadelphia resident and local organizer here to speak about why I support this Renters Access Act. Thank you so much for having me today. I don't know why I feel emotional at the moment, but I'm going to get through this testimony. For 28 years, 2201 Bryn Mawr Avenue was my address. My mother moved me and my brother there when I was 8. We lived there. My aunt Rose DeLoach, who managed the building, her husband Ray DeLoach Sr. was a concierge. His son, my cousin Ray DeLoach Jr., worked as maintenance. My cousin Charles worked as maintenance, and his wife worked in the front office. I grew up there. I got in trouble there. I learned to swim there. I rode my bike there. I made friends there. And throughout that 28 years, of course, I moved away to college. I came back. I lived abroad in Korea. I came back. I moved to Hawaii and came back. But 2201 Bryn Mawr Avenue was always home base. That's what my family was, and I felt safe there. That's where my community was. And about December of 2016, all of the residents there got letters saying that we would be under new management, right? It's pretty typical. And that the building would be under construction. 2 months after that, February, basically on my birthday, we got another letter saying that we all had to leave. Not only did we have to leave, we had about 60 days to do that. 60 days to pack, search for another home, say goodbye to neighbors and community, search for something that was at least comparable to what we were used to in terms of amenities, safety, and community. Within those 60 days, at least 4 of the elders that watched me grow up died. Some people found places outside of the county. Some people never found houses. Some people had to move in with family members, turning their houses into congregate settings, not knowing that a pandemic was on its way. A lot of us were annexed from our political communities. My neighbors, DeJuan Siders, who also passed away, Sean Matthews, Renee Platts, Karen Matthews, Greg Hines, and also City Commissioner Sabir Omar, we were all evicted. These are just some of the people to name. 250 of us who were constituents of Councilman Curtis Jones. And I don't know how many of us are still constituents of that district, but I know I no longer am. So that just speaks to the impact of what displacement does to the political power in a district. I applied to 3 apartments that were relatively close to the area because I wanted to stay close to my mom. My mom currently lives on Conshohocken Avenue, about 2 apartments down from Birth Shalom. I was gainfully employed. I was able to afford 3 times the rent, but I didn't get approved for any of the apartments, and I didn't understand why. There was no mechanism in place to explain to me why. And it wasn't until later that I learned that I actually had an eviction on my record, and I didn't know about it because I'd never been summoned to court. I'd never actually been evicted ever from any place. But during that transition, I was able to find somewhere to live. My best friend's uncle owns the building that I'm living in right now in King Sessing, which is nothing like Winfield, which I'm used to, Councilwoman Gautier's district. My apartment leans, it's structurally unsafe. The cabinets have already fallen down, and I don't remember the last time that I didn't hear construction around me. And I do not walk out of this house after 7 o'clock in the summertime. My entire quality of life is much different. And the fact that it wasn't my choice to be here drives me absolutely crazy. I've been recently diagnosed with PTSD specifically because of the displacement and the psychological impacts that come with that. We can talk about numbers and pricing and how landlords are impacted every day, but we don't talk about the psychological impacts that come with being uprooted from all you know. The lack of choice comes from the eviction records that are not accurate, and they simply should not determine where a person should live or go to school or work or get their services. Last year, I lobbied and wrote legislation with my comrades from the Black and Brown Workers Cooperative, which I am a co-founder of. And we went to City Hall, and we met with several council people. I met with Councilperson Gim and Councilperson Thomas, Jones, and Gautier just before the pandemic hit. And so this was written before COVID. This was a problem before COVID. And I know that the council president wouldn't allow for legislation to be passed that wasn't COVID related during that time. And so I had to wait several months. And in October, Councilman Thomas introduced my seal evictions legislation, and it passed with all of your support. So thank you for that. Thank you so much for that. The Renters Access Act means something different to different people. From myself and residents who've been evicted and can't move where they want to move, this is the difference between choosing what is safe and what is affordable. It's the difference between a victim of domestic abuse becoming a survivor or not. It's the difference between walking a block or walking a mile and a half to get food. It's the difference between being able to give your child their own room so they can properly quarantine or isolate during a pandemic or not, right? It's the difference between a parent actually keeping their child, because we know the state will take your children if you are not able to house them safely. Housing and the inability to access it and access safe housing is directly tied to the murder rate that we are all experiencing right now in this city, because scarcity will make you do terrible things. What you decide to do or not do, what you decide to pass or not pass, you need to know that it can potentially kill someone or give them life. A legislation that is an obstacle to safer or better quality of life, it shouldn't exist. At the end of this month, floodgates are going to open, and this city is going to have a much bigger problem on their hands. Please do the right thing by passing the Renters Access Act as it exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Dominique, for your testimony. Catherine Payne from Unite Here. Catherine, are you still connected with us?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, point of information.
Yes, Councilmember Jones. The chair has Councilmember Green, Councilmember Jones, and Councilmember Gim in queue. Chairs recognizes Councilmember Jones for a point of information.
Penn Win, which Ms. London talked about, that eviction process, probably was one of the top 10 worst things I've had to deal with as a council person, to watch an entire community exodus from a lifestyle building property that they know, to the degree that it was, thanks to the tenants union, the impetus for the good cause bill that was passed. I'm thankful to the tenants union for continuing their advocacy for fair rental practices. And just want to say that I hope nobody ever has to go through that.
I had a question, but
that scale.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman, yeah, okay.
Are we okay?
Yes, council member, please. I'm on mute now.
All right. And the Deloach family in that building was an institution. And it wasn't just that people were being evicted. Their familiar surroundings, doing pinochle parties on the 3rd floor, or getting their hair done on the 7th, or the chicken platters you could buy. All of that was disrupted. Seniors didn't know how to catch buses to their doctor's office. So I talked to this issue yesterday to Ms. Fadula, because Penn Win is not the last building that is facing this. And I think it's important that we also know that cost effectively, it is cheaper to keep people in residence than, as stated in the housing and homeless shelters, the extreme cost to do it. So even my most conservative members should be counting this impact financially to the city of Philadelphia. We should be doing the right thing. I'm sorry for being long-winded, but I get emotional when I talk about Penn Wintu. All right? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones, for your comments. And Councilmember Jones, for those of us who were serving in this body with you when that issue came about, we watched you by hook or by crook, anything you could, bringing everybody you could together to try to address that issue. That was your priority, number one, and we won't forget your work on that issue, Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair now recognizes Catherine Payne. Catherine, are you still here with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Thank you, Catherine. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, my name is Catherine Payne. I am here. I would just to say how much I love Kendra Brooks, and I'm very glad to be speaking on her bill. I'm also a homeowner now, and the reason why I am a homeowner was because of what was mentioned about renters being discriminated against because of their income, or because of their credit scores, or because of an eviction. I've worked hard. I worked 2-3 jobs to maintain a home. But with the threat of constantly having to find a new place to live because a landlord decided to sell the property, or they just didn't like you and they wanted to put someone else in there, forced me to be able to buy a home that I'm currently in right now with my children. But before the pandemic, we had a situation where we were able to negotiate. We were able to work a second job in order to make ends meet. So when bills were late, or we were late on our rent, we had something to talk to them. We had something to negotiate and says, hey, you know what? I'm going to catch up. I'm going to get there. But this pandemic, it caused everyone to be put right back down into the bottom with the threat of being homeless. This bill, with them not being able to use credit scores, or for them not to be able to use past evictions, will certainly help. I never was evicted, but I always had the threat of eviction because I was homeless before myself. I was pregnant with my second child. I had my son in a stroller, and I sat in a parking bench, and I said, I don't want to be like this anymore. And so I worked very hard to get to where I was, only to come with this pandemic to cause me to be able to be threatened with losing my home. So now that we have a bill like this will allow us to stop the landlords from discriminating against us, as Kendra had mentioned, against the black and brown women. I am able to get back on my feet because I had a job. But what about now? I still have not been called back to the Marriott as of yet. I'm still waiting. So the threat as even being a homeowner, I still have a threat of homelessness. Imagine what it's like for renters. Mortgages that landlords have to pay has to be paid. And if they don't have tenants, how are they going to pay their bills? Some have members that have COVID, or they may have lost homes, and those landlords might decide to give them housing and throw us out. So people like us and people like Kendra that are causing us to be able to have a bill that will help us to ensure that we can find better housing instead of ending up in some slumlord's place is what we need. I'm not sure if any of you have ever been in that situation growing up where you saw your mother and father fought just as hard as we do to provide housing for their children and a better way of life, only to see their dreams dash when they couldn't keep up with the bills or couldn't keep up with credit card payments, and they had to leave and start all over again. This bill is a hug. This bill is saying that we care. It's saying that it's going to be better. It is removing the rock of COVID, of unemployment, of the threat of the moratorium that's going to end in June, the end of June. This bill, if it's passed, will be able to help people to start again. This is saying that you understand our plight. This is saying, I remember where I came from. Remember where you came from. Remember where you started. If everyone deserves a chance, we do, because we have been affected by COVID. So please help us pass these bills so that we can start again. We are hardworking. We want to pay our bills. We want to do right. So please help us to do that. Thank you so much.
Catherine, thank you so very much for your testimony as well. Council members are in queue to ask questions of this panel. We're going to hear from them in this order. Councilmember Green, Councilmember Jones, and then Councilmember Gim. Councilmember Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Councilmember Brooks, sponsor this legislation, for putting this conversation forth, and also thank Ms. Payne, Ms. London, and Ms. Fadulin for your testimony this afternoon. I just had one quick question. I want to make sure I understand this from the perspective of Ms. Fadulin. You stated that in the amendments, there was an amendment made to address public housing because the issue of trying to go through the various HUD regulations and this legislation, public housing, that calls for an amendment to take out public housing to be applicable to this legislation or be part of this legislation. I guess my question is, was that just limited to public housing dealing with the Philadelphia Housing Authority or other type of public investments that provide housing? For example, developers or organizations that have low-income housing tax credits or other types of investment, either through home dollars or other type of dollars or housing trust fund dollars, or was it just amendment focused on initiatives or units based on public housing, and what is other areas thought about as possible amendments for this legislation?
Yeah, so the amendment that I believe is putting forth by Councilwoman Brooks for the legislation is for publicly subsidized housing. So that would be any housing that was subsidized in some way, shape, or form, so either into the capital stack or operations for federal, state, and local money. It's not explicit to public housing. It's publicly subsidized housing.
Okay, so publicly subsidized housing. So any organization that's had dollars for a unit, that unit and that part of this conversation would not be part of applicable to the Rental Access Act.
So there is language. I'll be honest. It's not that explicit. There's language that was put forth. I don't have the amended language right in front of me, but yes, it does exempt. It exempts those units as long as there is that it could, as long as there's those funds could be in jeopardy, or the requirements of these bills may conflict with something in those funding requirements. So, the CDBG requirements, the home requirements, PHFA requirements that they may place on tax credits, those types of things.
So the amendment is only to the extent that those HUD or other regulations impact the provision of those units.
Yes, I'm trying to find the exact language. If you just give me a second. But yes, the landlord or the provider of those units would have to. It's sort of the burden on them. So this is what the amended language says. Nothing in this legislation shall require the admission to a dwelling unit owned, operated, subsidized, or financed by a program of the federal, state, or local government of a person who is ineligible to occupy that dwelling unit under the federal, state, or local rules governing the program. All right, so that means essentially that it would conflict with any of the requirements of those programs, of CDBG, home, PHFA, etc., or where the procedures would conflict or jeopardize subsidy funding.
Right, subsidy funding, like, for example, a voucher through a public housing authority, something to that regard.
Correct. But it's my understanding, for example, the landlord would have to provide evidence that not complying with these bills would jeopardize their funding.
For the voucher?
Any of their funding. I don't think it's just a voucher.
Gotcha. Or any other type of funding. Gotcha. I understand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilmember.
Can you? All right, thank you. I'm going to be brief, but Ms. Fadula, you, not more than 24 hours ago, and I had a conversation about preservation and the importance of addressing what Ms. London talked about. Big multi-unit properties that are underwater in their rent that they charge versus the maintenance costs to carry buildings, and the insidious way some of them attempt to get shut down to evict people in order to put in investments to be able to charge higher rent rates. And how I think it's imperative that the city of Philadelphia address this on behalf of the people, because it just makes, not take out the humanity, even though we should always be conscious of the humanity. It is pay me now or pay me double later, in the sense that if the 200 people in a unit are homeless and more, because some live 2 and 3 to a house, it is in our interest to invest in these houses, whether it's a shabby heater, whether it is a sprinkler system, to keep those buildings occupiable, and to lien the properties that we do those investments in, so that if speculators come along to buy these properties, that the city is reimbursed for their improvements. So I say this in compliment to this legislation, that we need to have in the CDBG consolidated plan specifically how we address not just the symptom, which is the victims, but the cause, which is affordable housing units disappearing. That's a comment / question.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, and as we spoke yesterday, right, when we talked about the consolidated plan, I think that is why local housing dollars, such as the neighborhood preservation initiative, are going to be so important to us, because a lot of the requirements that come with our federal dollars, as we talked about yesterday, don't allow us to be as creative or to respond to some of our local issues as quickly as we would like to. But having flexible local dollars provides us with additional opportunities to figure out how to address some of these issues. And so, you know, again, well, as we talked about, I think working together to figure out what's the best approach there. You know, I think finally, we may have some ability to do that with the dollars we're talking about devoting to affordable housing, some other neighborhood needs through the Neighborhood Preservation Initiative.
So, Member Brooks and Chairwoman Parker, I just want you to know sometimes they get L&I and the courts to do their dirty work of evicting people in order for them to then clear a property, make monetary investments, and don't invite the people they evicted back to the satisfaction of those L&I violations. We have to keep our eye on this, because I think it's a tool being used more often than we know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones, and your comments are very much well taken. You know, just like the credit scores, you know, just like past evictions following you, all systemic ways, you know, that have been used to keep people away from ownership and also, you know, affordable rental of properties. But we've seen that it's the same games, right? It's the same gains in both fields. So thanks so much for acknowledging that for the record. Chair now recognizes Councilmember Gim for comments and questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just had a brief question. First, I wanted to thank the bill sponsor, Councilmember Brooks, who's been just coming onto City Council and really taking everything, and charging ahead on some important issues that have been long-standing. And I especially want to thank Dominique London for your powerful testimony and a reminder that our housing policies have to be purposeful. It is our responsibility as government to really see if we want an equitable, fair system, and actually a healthy market, we need to enact purposeful legislation. It is not only within our jurisdiction and our rights, it is a responsibility to do, especially as our city continues to evolve and change, faster than many of our communities can often respond to. My question is for Ann, and I wanted to thank Ann for highlighting, the extensive reports of housing discrimination. I think you mentioned there were almost 30,000 reports in 2019 alone. That's significant, to say the least, and just underscores the importance of why we have to be vigilant in this area, and recognize the importance of our responsibility to even the playing fields by ensuring that we prohibit against discrimination in the housing market. But you had mentioned that you had worked extensively with Councilmember Brooks's office about making sure that the bill and the amendments in particular
Excuse me. I think Catherine, I see your box lighting up. Can you put yourself on mute? You and I had the same problem, Catherine. I didn't realize my mute button wasn't on, and I took a call.
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just did the same thing, so don't feel bad. I apologize, okay. Councilmember Gim. Please proceed.
I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I'm sorry. This is probably good because now it gets me refocused on Ann again. So Ann, just to cut to the chase, you talked about working with Councilmember Brooks' office on the amendments, and I just wanted to be clear that you felt, that it provided the necessary exemptions for the affordable housing providers.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we did work very extensively with Councilwoman Brooks' office, had a lot of back and forth, a lot of late evening emails back and forth, and we really appreciate it. I'll be honest, I wish the language was a little bit clearer, but yes, we appreciate the amendments that were made around exempting publicly subsidized units from this legislation. Okay.
Because it's, I know that the council member worked really hard on ensuring that the affordable housing providers would be, protected and under consideration as well. So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim, and I appreciate your getting that on the record as well. Councilmember Brooks and I, as we were getting prepared for the hearing, she and I talked about that briefly, and we were naming some of the different developments in different neighborhoods where we know had those developments not been there, particularly when I think about senior housing, some of our seniors would not have an affordable place to live, particularly when they had to transition from a house, with 2 or 3 floors, and they needed an apartment on one level. So thank you for that clarity and that you just provided. While I can see the chat box, colleagues, Unfortunately, something slick that I've never seen before has popped up, and it says that the meeting chat is muted. Go to settings. I am not going to be that bold. I will try that when we are not on the hearing to fix it. And with that being said, I'm going to ask, are there any more questions or comments from members of the committee, because I do not see any in the chat.
Yeah, Council Member, Madam Chair, this is Councilwoman Sanchez, if I can for a minute.
Sure, Chair recognizes Council Member Sanchez.
Thank you so very much. And I also, want to thank all of the bill sponsors for today, but particularly, I want to make mention of this particular bill and really thank, and I told her earlier today, I really want to thank Councilmember Brooks for working through all of the issues to make sure that the bill meets its purpose and that it helps and that it gets operationalized. So I just want to thank her for that. I do have to attend to, as you know, we're in the middle of this budget process. I have to attend to some issues, so I also wanted to be recorded as voting aye for all the bills in this particular hearing. I'm happy to log back on if necessary for purposes of protocol. I just wanted to make one note, and Ann was talking about this earlier. We're in the middle of the mixed income discussion. Council Member Gautier and I, and we're working with Ann, and this issue of long-term affordability, the years situation has come up, because when we started doing this work, 10 years seemed like a long time, then 15 years seemed like a long time, and all of the legislation that we're working on now really goes to 30, 40, and 50 years. And we see cities like San Francisco and others, time goes quickly. And, when we're using city assets or providing incentives, they should really reflect long-term affordability. So I think these are all important tools, and I just wanted to thank Ann and, again, the bill sponsor for this legislation. If we learned anything, and I think we've done a lot of great work in the last 18 months about creating a fairness process for everybody, if we've learned anything through this, is that we're going to create toolboxes that are fair, and toolboxes that really reflect our values around this stuff. And we have $110 million in our Office of Housing and Special Needs for homeless, and we have 5,000 homeless. That's $22,000 a person, right? Like, we can do this. This isn't a resource issue. This is a political will issue around humanity and dignity. So I look forward to working with all of you on all of these issues. So thank you very much, Council Member Brooks, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Canona Sanchez. The record will reflect Councilmember Sanchez is leaving her vote in favor of all bills and resolutions before us. I do need to make a point to all of my colleagues who are remaining. We've had 2 members thus far, and luckily, if we need to contact Councilmember Sanchez and ask her to come back, she has said she will make herself available, but we must have a quorum of 5 members here on in order to count her vote in her absence or Councilmember O's votes. With that being said, Parker, Green, Gim, O'Neill, Bass, and Jones, we're it. So don't you talk about you have to get off of here. We're getting through. Are there any more questions for members of this panel? Hearing none. Rachel, can you please call the second panel?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Some follow-up questions that members may have after other people testify. I just want to hope that the administration is still around for that.
Oh, thank you. Ann, will you stay on for us, Ann?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a hard time hearing what Councilman Green said.
Oh,
but it sounds like you want me to stay on the
Yes.
So I'll hang out.
Thank you so much, Ann. We appreciate it. He was asking you to stay on just in case there are any follow-up questions as a result of the next panel.
Okay.
Thank you so very much. Rachel, can you please call the second panel? We have to testify this afternoon on bill number 210329 and 210330.
Yes. Eric Dunn, Andre Del Valle, Maria Gonzalez, Brandon Alcorn, and Rashida Phillips.
Thank you all so very much for being here. Eric Dunn, are you present and connected with us?
I'm here. Can you
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Eric, we can hear you. And Eric, thank you so much for your patience. It's been a long day, and everybody's made scheduling adjustments, so we just want to say thank you very much. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Eric Dunn. I'm with the National Housing Law Project. Is my camera working? Because it's not working on my screen.
Oh, no, we can see you, Eric.
Okay, perfect. I'm with the National Housing Law Project, founded in 1968. We're a nationwide organization that advocates for the preservation and expansion of affordable housing, as well as advocating for the rights of low-income tenants and homeowners throughout the country. We work with a network of about 1,700 housing advocates all throughout the country. And this issue of eviction records and the use of eviction records in rental admission screening really is a true nationwide problem. It is a problem that we've seen some other states try to address, but mostly only around one part of the problem. Mostly some of the stories of people being denied admission for dismissed eviction cases or cases where the tenant won the case after a hearing, or what commonly happens where the tenant has a strong defense and shows the evidence to the landlord's lawyer, and the landlord just dismisses the case because they know that they would lose anyway. Those types of issues getting people's attention, and we've seen some jurisdictions taking action to address those types of problems. But this is a much deeper problem that has much more significant and often unappreciated effects. For example, many tenants are well aware that just by being sued for eviction creates an electronic eviction record that's going to follow them around and dramatically reduce their rental housing opportunities long into the future. And so that can really have a chilling effect on even people who are currently living in rental housing, asserting their basic rights. If you have a landlord who's not making repairs, the tenant might be thinking about contacting the health department and having an inspector come over and give the landlord a notice to make the repairs. But if the tenant does that, the landlord might try to have the tenant evicted. And if the landlord just files that case, even though it's an illegal retaliatory case, the court should dismiss it. The tenant's still going to have an eviction record and might decide not to call the health inspector, or might call the inspector, and then if the landlord retaliates, might just move out rather than going to court and defending herself or himself, because they don't want to get that eviction record. And it's more important to protect the ability to rent housing in the future than that one particular rental opportunity. So it really has a corrosive effect on tenants' rights, on the basic protections that all tenants have, on the basic due process and integrity of the judicial system, when tenants can't even go to court to defend themselves without being marked with an eviction record, even if they're successful in the case. And then, of course, a lot of the rental screening that we see these days is done through kind of these automated systems. I've heard it referred to earlier today as black box, where the landlords just have a policy, and that policy is rigidly applied, often by a computer, not by a human being. And so someone with an eviction case that's filed up to 7 years in the past could just be automatically denied housing. And these are widespread policies that lots and lots of housing providers, especially large multifamily housing providers, use. And so even if you're talking about cases that are legitimately, where the tenant actually did owe the money, where there's not some kind of mistake or erroneous record, that's the majority of cases. And if you're only protecting people from the use of eviction records where there's some kind of mistake or there's some kind of fundamental unfairness because the tenant won the case or something like that, what you're leaving out are all these people that may have actually fallen behind on the rent, and the case may have been quote unquote fairly brought against them. But now they can't rent, and now they can't get access to quality housing. And it's a growing population of people, especially with the pandemic, with millions of U.S. households falling behind on rent. It creates sort of this second-class group of renters who can't get housing in quality areas. And it's not just that it's a group of people without full and fair access to full and complete access to decent housing, but it largely overlaps with people of color. African Americans especially face eviction at much higher rates than everybody else, especially women, especially mothers. Black mothers are far and away proven to be the demographic sued for eviction far more often than any other group in study after study. And so when these policies create sort of a group of second-class renters who can't access quality housing,
it really does drive residential housing segregation. So it's a huge public policy problem. It's not just a fairness problem that this case was erroneously filed or this case didn't have merit. It's the fact that you can be sued for eviction, and in the future, the vast majority of eviction cases are based on non-payment of rent because people don't have money, they lose their jobs, they have income problems, whatever. You can get back to work. You can get a more stable job. You can get a housing voucher. You can bring in new financial resources to help you. So having an eviction record in the past does not always predict whether you'll be a good tenant in the future, able to pay your rent in the future. And so I think that's what Philadelphia's proposed legislation here is really distinguishing itself and taking a leadership role in is recognizing that there's more to the problem than just improperly filed cases. That it shouldn't be a long-term bar to decent housing to have an eviction record, even if you really didn't pay the rent in the past, if you can show that you'll be a good tenant in the future. And instead of allowing a computer to just automatically deny people, actually requiring a human being to sit down and look at the full circumstances and exercise judgment is really the right solution to the broader problem and not just a little piece of it that we've seen some communities try to address. And it's not going to be something burdensome on landlords because landlords are already required to make these sort of individual assessments and look at evidence of changed circumstances when it comes to criminal history screening. And almost all landlords that screen for evictions are going to screen for criminal history as well. And so they should already have this infrastructure in place to allow people to appeal decisions and consider the full circumstances and determine, does this eviction record from 2 years ago really show that this person won't be able to pay the rent? Oh, I see they have a new job. I see they have a housing budget. I see that the rent's going to be much lower than it was at their previous place. So that past record is not going to be indicative of what kind of person, what kind of tenant they'll be in the future. The procedural requirements in the Philadelphia Ordinance are very important. I think a lot of people just assume that if they apply for housing somewhere and they're denied, that they have a right to find out why, and they're very surprised to find out that there is generally not a right to have the landlord tell you what reason they have for turning down your application. And if you're going to have an appeal process, if you're going to have an individualized review, it's simply common sense to tell the person why they were denied and give them access to their landlord's admission policy so they can craft an intelligent response to the denial and say why they should have been accepted under the policy or why the policy doesn't make any sense as opposed to them. And frankly, sometimes once a landlord has turned somebody down, they've kind of just decided they don't want that person and they're not really willing to listen to the evidence. If they have to put a reason in writing, it's tough for them to come back and change the reason later rather than sort of make up a post hoc justification. Oh, it wasn't the eviction record, it was your credit, or it was this criminal record. If that wasn't the reason for denial before, then they shouldn't be able to suddenly bring it up now. So telling people what the policies are, what the grounds for denial are and what the landlord's criteria are really is just a common sense requirement that I think people really expect to have anyway. I know one of the issues here is how this applies to subsidized housing providers. And really, certainly there are some rules under some of the federally subsidized programs, especially the HUD programs, where there are federal statutes saying certain people with certain types of information in their background aren't eligible to live in these properties. But those exceptions shouldn't be any broader than necessary to make sure that the affordable housing providers and subsidized housing providers, don't have their funding at risk. And it looks like the language that's been drafted is perfect to meet those requirements. So I hope that issue has been addressed. But I'll stay here and be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Eric, thank you so very much for your testimony and your patience and just staying with us here today. Andre from the Pennsylvania Apartment Association, are you still with us, Andre?
Councilwoman, we may have to come back to Andre. He said he was having technical difficulties because of the storm.
Yes,
so
it is.
He was getting off and then trying to get back on. So we might want to cycle back to him at the end of this panel.
Okay, no problem. Maria, are you still with us, President of the Hispanic Association of Contractors and Enterprises?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much, Maria. Just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you so much. My name is Maria Gonzalez. I am the president of ASE. and the President of the Board of Directors of the Philadelphia Association of Community Development Corporations. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill number 210329 and 210330. We support Bill number 210329 as it establishes transparency and consumer protections for all Philadelphians in the tenant screening process. And that's something that affordable housing developers have been doing for over 30 years now. We are requesting for a more comprehensive amendment to Bill 210330, fully exempting nonprofit developers of affordable rental homes from a number of the provisions of this legislation before the bill moves forward. As operators of affordable housing, we are dedicated to ensuring Philadelphians have access to safe, affordable rental homes. We applaud the interest of City Council in attempting to further our work for making Philadelphia's housing market more equitable and protecting the needs of our most vulnerable neighbors. However, we have deep concerns about the unintended effects that this bill may have on our industry and the city's supply of affordable rental housing. While we appreciate the additional language providing some exemptions to affordable housing developers, we do not believe that it's sufficient to avoid jeopardizing our work. For instance, there are times when elements of this bill would not necessarily violate program regulations, but will put Philadelphia affordable housing developments at a competitive disadvantage for further funding or for obtaining equity investments. Further, it will put the onus on affordable housing developers that specific units should be exempted for specific reasons, and they will always be at risk from the private right of action that bill creates, which can be expensive even if meritless. The language that aims to relieve the burdens on affordable housing developers will result
Maria, I'm sorry for interrupting. Is that someone in another office in your building?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't someone else interrupting your testimony, but if it's in your building, it's fine. It's all right.
Okay, thank you. The language that aims to relieve the burdens on affordable housing developers will result in enormous administrative burdens and unrealistic timeframes, and take resources from developing and operating new deeply affordable homes for low-income Philadelphians. The appeals process will also take enormous resources and may end up limiting the number of applications that we can accept at any one time. Affordable housing developments operate on slim budgets and keep rents affordable for families and seniors. Increased legal and administrative costs would unfairly be passed on to families that in many cases cannot afford low-income housing tax credit rents. This type of regulation would discourage investment in additional affordable housing in our communities. Thank you very much for your time and for giving me this opportunity to provide testimony on this bill.
Maria, thank you so very much for your testimony and all of the work that I has done over the years in our city. We appreciate you and the work that you all do. Brandon Alcorn, Philadelphia landlord. Are you still connected, Brandon?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yep. We can hear you, Brandon. Thank you for being here and thank you for your patience. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Brandon Alcorn. For the last 5 years, my partner and I have owned our home in West Philadelphia, and we rent out a 2-bedroom apartment on our 3rd floor. I'm testifying today because as a small landlord, I believe it's my responsibility to speak up for the essential tenant protections that are being proposed and should be passed in the Renters Access Act. As new landlords, my partner and I spoke with our realtor. We looked at resources from landlord associations and did online research to understand our responsibilities as landlords, what to include in our lease. All of the advice we received and resources we found offered us protection as landlords at the expense of the tenants who might happen to live in our apartment. Common leases are written by lawyers for landlords to protect landlords. Advice on how to maximize rent and incrementally increase it each year, and structures of year-long leases that make it easier for us to re-rent the apartment if someone moves out. There was virtually nothing about how to protect and support the tenants that would live in our apartment. There's a time and place for legal protections for landlords, but the rental industry is already stacked in our favor. Protections for landlords like myself and my partner need to be balanced by protections for the tenants who live in our buildings, and the Renters Access Act is the next step towards doing that. Eviction records and credit reports are fundamentally flawed tools for screening tenants. In the most charitable interpretation, they are a snapshot of a moment in time in someone's life, oftentimes a very difficult moment that does not merit excluding someone from future housing opportunities. Even worse, we know these tools are systematically denying housing opportunities to people of color and other marginalized communities. As we heard in earlier testimony, someone does not even need to be evicted to have an eviction record. The proceedings may have been started when they were late on a payment, which was ultimately resolved when the payment was made. But if I, as a landlord, screen that person's evictions record, I will still get notified of the record. Speaking personally, I rented in Philadelphia for 10 years before we bought our home. I was late on payments a handful of times, but because of the color of my skin, the neighborhoods I rented in, and perceptions about my employment, the most I ever faced for that was a late fee. If we know these tools are flawed and know they are discriminatory, it's imperative that we should regulate and limit the ways that they are used. In fact, I think the guidelines included in the Renters Access Act will make it easier for my partner and I to have a standard rental application process with clear guidelines that ensure we are respecting the rights of everyone who might want to live in our apartment. I will say that I also serve on the Housing Advisory Committee at WCRP, and I do want to echo concerns that Maria just raised and that others have raised today, that clear exemptions be granted to nonprofit housing developers who often receive an enormous number of rental applications for a small number of units. I believe at WCRP there were something around 800 applications for 40 spots, and the application was only open for about a week. So as Maria mentioned before, the current language still presents potential pitfalls for subsidized housing developers, and it'd be counterproductive if in the process of improving renter protection, we made it harder for our nonprofit developers to build more affordable rental units for those very tenants. But returning to the overall goal of the Renters Access Act, it should go without saying that falling behind on rent during a global pandemic should not be something that should limit someone's access to housing in the future. Ultimately, that's what we're talking about here. Access to a safe, healthy, affordable, and secure home. That's something that every Philadelphian deserves, and as a small landlord, I believe the Renters Access Act, with appropriate exemptions for nonprofit developers, will support more Philadelphians in finding and staying in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brandon, for your testimony. And I think Maria got off. We're hoping that everyone will stay around if you can, because there may be questions from my colleagues, two members of this panel. So thank you again, Brandon. Andre, I think you're back. Andre, are you back on and connected with us?
I am. Thank you so much. My apologies.
Oh, sure. No problem. Andre, please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure, absolutely. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the Law and Government Committee. My name is Andre Del Valle. I am the Director of Government Affairs for the Pennsylvania Apartment Association, representing 38,433 units and 49 property management companies across the city of Philadelphia. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify on the following legislation: Bill number 210329 and Bill number 210330, known as the Renters Access Act. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the bill sponsor, Councilmember Brooks, and her team for their willingness to engage in a number of robust and open conversations on the intent of the legislation, while understanding the challenges our members have faced in the last year alone, as we all navigate these truly unprecedented times. It should be known that our apartment owners and managers do not seek out opportunities to evict residents. PAA, on behalf of our members, continue to work with city officials and program administrators in biweekly subcommittee meetings, including pre-filing mediation, eviction prevention, and rental assistance, assisting in the program rollouts and troubleshooting challenges identified in these programs. This cross-collaboration allows us to understand the challenges both landlords and tenants face, as we all navigate to find innovative approaches to assist both parties during these unprecedented times, as we return to what will be our new normal. As we know, the eviction process is both costly and protracted. There is no economic incentive for these owners and managers to file for eviction, except as a last resort when a lease or contract is breached. Evictions are often sought in cases of non-payment, instances where a resident is jeopardizing the safety of others, or disturbing other residents through nuisance behavior. Apartment owners and managers need the ability to fully evaluate an applicant because they depend on responsible renters to be able to properly manage their businesses. They must fulfill their own financial obligations, including but not limited to maintenance, capital improvements, mortgage payments, utilities, insurance premiums, payroll, and property taxes. Although we appreciate the spirit of these bills as introduced, these were just some of the concerns that we shared with Councilmember Brooks and her team. These concerns led to a number of conversations over the course of several weeks, leading to a number of amendments, which you will find in front of you today. We welcome the opportunity to work with the bill sponsor through the drafting of the regulations to this legislation, the implementation, and revisiting this legislation in 18 months to avoid any unintended consequences which may arise. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so very much, Andre, for your testimony, and we appreciate your being here. The last person scheduled to speak on this panel is Rashida Phillips, Managing Attorney for Housing Policy at our great CLS. Rashida, are you still on?
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashida. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Rashida Phillips, Community Legal Services. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify and for having us. I'm going to be brief in my remarks. I did submit written testimony that you can read the full remarks, but I want to just focus on a couple of points since the panelists before me have covered a lot of the points. First, just the vast majority of eviction records, as others have pointed out, are not reliable indicators of a tenant's suitability and should really not be considered as much in the tenant screening process as it is. In Philadelphia, over a quarter of filings from 2015 to 2020, for example, did not result in a judgment against the tenant. That represents about 30,000 eviction filings where the filing was withdrawn or the tenants won their case. So even, as others have said, when evictions are decided in favor of the landlord often does not even remove the tenant because the tenant continues to pay rent. Nevertheless, these records are collected in mass by tenant screening companies and used to evaluate and often reject tenants. Landlord and private tenant screening companies have developed a system for disseminating these screening reports which exhibit screening criteria, but unfortunately those screening tools are often used pretextually or are arbitrarily formulated and applied without reference to common agreed upon standards. Tenant screening companies running background checks can't always ensure that their products are accurate, or the companies use algorithms with mysterious scoring.
Only thing you have.
Sherelle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. Okay.
The companies use algorithms with mysterious scoring and weighting methods based on these incomplete records to make suggestions to landlords about whom to accept for housing. That means if your record is one of those nearly 30,000 that were withdrawn since 2015, you're more likely to be denied housing on the basis of the eviction filing. Even more troubling, if you have an eviction filing, you're more likely than not to be a Black woman, a senior, or disabled. Eviction records also lead to loss of housing subsidies, ineligibility for affordable housing, being essentially blacklisted from safe, affordable, and habitable private housing. And the result is that otherwise worthy applicants are being denied access to critically needed housing, often severely limiting their options and subjecting them to possible homeless. As national policy experts have documented extensively, tenant screening companies contribute to the risk of discriminatory housing decisions in three ways. They often report inaccurate or misleading information, they solidify eviction records and their disparate racial impacts, and they seldom provide enough transparency and context to allow landlords to evaluate the relevance of an applicant's eviction history in compliance with fair housing law. And as you've heard, policymakers around the country are exploring options to deal with that. But in Pennsylvania, right, because we don't have statewide ceiling laws or other laws that protect people at this part of the process, we need to take measures at the city level to address this. With the amendments, the Renters Access Act strikes a major balance that will serve to create transparency on both sides that helps both tenants to find homes and landlords to fill their units. By providing prospective renters with written screening criteria, applicants have a better sense of if they should spend the money to apply for a unit. This creates more efficiency in the rental process as prospective tenants avoid applying for properties that they know they would not qualify for, and landlords have fewer people to qualify and send a rejection letter to. For all renters, regardless of their rental history or income level, having the right to know what your prospective landlord will consider when looking at personal information should be a baseline requirement, equivalent to knowing what a mortgage lender or bank will require before qualifying you for a mortgage or to lease a car. The other amendment that I want to address is just the one regarding subsidized housing. I just want to point out, right, that again, the carve-out or the exemption should not create additional burdens on these providers. Their only obligation under the law will be to provide tenants with their written tenant screening policy, as many of them already do now, as you've heard from other panelists. Tenants looking for housing are unlikely to challenge these provisions. Let's just be honest. The barrier to people being able to access court and to access private remedies is extremely high. Even being able to access a place like the Human Relations Commission is really, really challenging for a lot of tenants, which is why a lot of the protections that we do have now are difficult to enforce. If a person doesn't know or doesn't have the ability to access the PCHR to complain about source of income discrimination or other things, certainly accessing a private remedy is even more difficult. So I just want to say I don't think that there is much to worry about. There is not really a burden on these properties to exempt themselves. No tenant really, again, has the resources to sue a building owner where the law clearly states that they're exempt from these procedures in a bill and where there would not be evidence of discrimination. And so the burden would merely be to document, sort of saying they're subsidized in the rare circumstances that they're challenged. I just really don't think that it's an issue to worry about, and I do think that the language exempts them in a way that would not bring these concerns to the fore. So in closing, the Renters Access Act offers an opportunity to change the course of equitable housing access in our city in a way that creates a net benefit, allowing us to make major strides in curbing discrimination against vulnerable tenants, alleviating housing barriers that disproportionately harm voucher holders, people of color, women-headed households, older residents, and people with disabilities. And I thank you again for considering these important bills, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Rashida, for your testimony. I know that Councilmember Green is the only person in queue right now. If members have any additional comments or questions for this panel, please put it in the chat now. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do see that Councilmember Brooks also had a question as well for this panel.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Green.
So I just wanted to go back to the comments made by Ms. Gonzalez from HASE, as well as Rick Sauer, who actually testified previously during the Housing Trust Fund legislation, as well as a commentary made by Mr. Alcorn. And I guess my question, going back to Ms. Fedulin, and my question is regarding the impact of this legislation on those affordable housing developers, based on, as Mr. Alcorn stated, for some of the units which are in very high demand that affordable housing developers have, sometimes 800 applications for a small number of actual units, and what impact that will have financially on those organizations in order to comply with this legislation, unless there was there was additional language in the legislation that made it clear that they were exempted.
Yeah, so I just would say that Maria Gonzalez, who's a practitioner, is probably much closer to this, but I do think, this idea of 800 applicants for 40 units in a nonprofit, then after responding in writing to 760 applicants about why their application was denied, is a heavy administrative burden, and hopefully those applicants would accept the reason that was provided. But for example, if only 10% of them wanted to appeal, you're looking at 70 to 80 appeal cases, which I believe would likely to be burdensome. But again, I am not a practitioner, so I would definitely defer to Maria Gonzalez and some of the other affordable housing practitioners.
I'm not sure if Ms. Gonzalez is still here. I know she had left the chat, and maybe Mr. Alcorn, who I believe is a part of the board of WCRP, could provide some additional commentary to this issue.
I'm happy to share. I think that I will share a very similar perspective as what Ann did. I do see that Nora Lichtash is on the call, so she's not on the panel, but she's a developer who may be able to speak more clearly than me to all of this. Nora, I put you on the spot. I don't know how you feel about that.
I feel fine about it. Yeah, the comments that you made, that Anne has made, that Maria have made,
really worry me about one piece of this legislation. We're fully in support of tenant protections. We're fully in support of showing all of the reasons of how you select tenants. And of course, that eviction should not be an issue when you're considering a tenant at all. The thing that is hard is getting back to prospective tenants within 3 days or a few days will really be a problem for us. And if we were exempt from, we do get back to tenants about why they are not selected, but we cannot keep any units open while we're doing that process. So I don't know if that's enough of an example or an answer, but it would be burdensome to us.
Thank you, Ms. Lactash. In my previous experience before I joined Councilmember Tasco's staff, I did represent then what was called the Office of Housing and Community Development. And so I'm very familiar with the number of limited units and a huge significant amount of affordable housing units that we need in the city of Philadelphia. Hence the need for the housing trust legislation that we talked about earlier today to create as many possible affordable housing units as possible. But that does raise a concern that in part of this hearing, we're talking about trying to provide more money for these organizations, especially as affordable nonprofit developers. But then there could be a significant unintended consequence, and I'm listening to you as the providers of these type of units that would have a burden that would financially impact you and your ability to comply with this legislation. And I understand that there was an amendment for what looks like public housing and what could possibly jeopardize maybe the development of units. But we're talking about the administration of this legislation within the units that you already provide, and that being a financial challenge. And it would seem somewhat concerning that in one way we're trying to provide more dollars for nonprofit developers to build more affordable housing, but then they may end up having less resources because of some of the outcomes of the legislation that, as you stated earlier, is very well intended, and that many people, I believe, support the basic genesis and goal of the legislation, but have a concern on the financial impact it may have on nonprofit developers that have nonprofit housing providers, that have very limited resources.
Just a point of information, Nora, please, for the record, state your name and your role, please.
Sure. My name is Nora Lichtash, and I'm the director of the Women's Community Revitalization Project. We have 320 tenant families. 99% of them are women of color who earn $15,000 or less.
Thank you so very much. And listen, I have Councilmember Brooks and Councilmember Gim in queue, but before we do that, I want to call on Rashida first, and then Eric. Rashida, would you like to provide some clarifying comments in response to what you just heard from Ann, along with Nora and Brandon?
Absolutely. So I just wanted to address the first concern. Again, the provision as written would exclude subsidized housing providers from these provisions wherever they conflict with funding mechanisms, where it conflicts with tenant screening policies that are required by HUD or by other subsidized funders. So it does exclude them. The only thing that it would require them to do, which many of them already do, is to provide a tenant screening policy. There is no other burden beyond that, or no other proof that they have to provide that they're a subsidized housing provider who doesn't fit within that policy. So I think just wanted to clarify that point, and also to address Nora's concern. We did take out, or it was amended out of the bill, that they have to hold a unit. I also think that this would not, and Eric can speak to this further, I think some things are being conflated here, like this would not impact a waitlist process. What the bill states, and again, subsidized housing providers would be excluded from this period, because whatever if their process conflicts with that under their funding, they wouldn't even have to deal with this. But say they did want to deal with it, right? It would not impact waitlist issues. So what the bill states is that at the point that you make a decision to reject that person, that is when you provide that letter stating what the terms of rejection are. So you can take a year to qualify that person. That person can be on a wait list for 5 years. If you never did the qualification to reject them, you would not have to provide a letter rejecting them until you make that decision, and then we ask that you send that within 3 days. So I just wanted to clarify that. But again, the subsidized housing providers would be exempt from that if they can say that that policy conflicts with our procedures and our funding.
Chair recognizes Eric Dunn.
Yeah, I think Rashida and I both requested to respond on that issue simultaneously, and I think Rashida mostly covered it. But I'll just add, this issue of too many applications for a limited number of units is something that subsidized housing programs have to deal with all the time, and that's why they do maintain wait lists. And generally, if somebody's put on the wait list because there's not enough units, that's not considered a denial of housing. It's not until they come to the top of the waiting list and the housing provider says, you don't qualify, we're rejecting your application. But if that's not clear from the text, I think, certainly that could be clarified. I think that would be superior than just, some concern that somebody might misunderstand what a denial is versus a wait list process, and just sort of throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. Delaying a consideration of an application shouldn't be considered the same as an actual denial. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Eric. And while Nora was not formally on this panel, she is bursting through the screen right now. And listen, this exchange is extremely important because by all accounts, this bill will be voted out of this committee today. But if some further conversation and further discussions can occur that provide even more clarity, that's great, because everybody is on the same page here. With that being said, Nora, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to the clarity that was provided by both Rashida and Eric on this issue.
Good, thank you. And this is my kitchen. I'm cooking, so thank you for your patience. This is not a waitlist issue. When we begin construction of a development of, for example, 40 homes, we start taking applications. We of course respond to everyone on our wait list, but we take applications, and within a week we can have new applicants. And so maybe I am not reading it right. And again, I wasn't involved in this process from the beginning, and part of that is on me, and part of it is we'd like to be more involved earlier on. But it looks as if, to me, this could be a significant burden. So if we can have an amendment that clarifies that it will not be, I'm going to be happy. Thanks.
Thank you so very much, Nora, for your... 1 second, Councilmember Green. Nora, we want to thank you for your response. And again, the next person in queue is Councilmember Gim, but Councilmember Green is going to finish his line of questioning. But I do want to state for the record that we've heard, no opposition to what we're trying to get accomplished, what the bill sponsor is trying to get accomplished. But we have heard a few concerns. So, I'm confident that Council Member Brooks, will continue communicating with her team, her drafting team. So, I don't want anyone leaving here today thinking that the concerns that were expressed by Asay, by Nora, by Brandon, that no one is interested in addressing those issues. That's not the tone of what we're doing here today. There's a way we can accomplish what Councilmember Brooks is trying to do, and we will pass this today. Just real clear, we will pass this today. But I know she and her team are taking notes on this. So Chair recognizes Councilmember Green to finish his comments and questions, and then we want to go to our Councilmember Gim.
And if I could just follow up on some of the commentary that Ms. Licktash provided. And I think the concern that I heard also is the administrative burden of just communicating to all of those applicants within a short time period. I understand that you and other developers do communicate that information to those applicants, but in that short time period, that's a significant amount of resources that need to be devoted to that, which is additional financial burden on the organization to be able to meet the goals of this legislation. And I just think it's somewhat inconsistent if we're talking about trying to provide more dollars to organizations that are providing affordable housing, that we don't take out issues that could possibly be concerning to them and have them expend more resources, even if it's just getting the information out within a finite period of time to all the people that applied, that's going to cause a burden to those organizations. I think we've got to be consistent, and I just wanted to hear from Councilmember Brooks in reference to a commitment to resolve this issue.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the sponsor of this bill, Councilmember Brooks, and Councilmember Gim. Councilmember Brooks was in queue. Then we thought Rashida and Eric Dunn addressed it, but we want to put her back in queue, and then we will call on you, Councilmember Gim. So the chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to thank everyone for their perspective, but I also like to offer that we are open to clarifying any of these technical questions in regulation. And of course, I'm open to conversations going forward to make sure everyone is comfortable with our legislation. So I hope that satisfies both PACDC and WCRP moving forward with this legislation. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, could I respond?
Point of information, Councilmember Green.
Yeah, I guess my concern is addressing this in regulations is one thing, but I think it really needs to be addressed in the legislation itself. Considering that the organizations that have vast more experience than I in providing these type of units have raised this as a concern, not just one, but a number of organizations who are part of the Philadelphia Coalition for Affordable Communities. So if they're raising this as a concern and how it may impact them financially as nonprofit organizations with very limited resources, I think addressing it in regulations is not sufficient from my perspective. I think it needs to be addressed in the legislation. And so hopefully,
amendments are necessary, of course.
Hopefully the legislation will be amended to address their concerns and provide that clarity so we don't have that ongoing looming perspective that it has to be addressed somehow later when we can address it now.
I just want to note for the record that I hear you, Councilmember Green, but I just want to be clear. Councilmember Brooks and I talked before. She and I just talked just now, and she affirmed that even after we've gone through this process here today, legislatively, that she will continue working, with stakeholders on this issue. So she already answered that question. Councilmember Brooks, you helped me here. I think isn't that what you just said, that you were willing to?
And if amendments are necessary, of course we can make the amendments. But I'm not going to just make a decision right now. That's part two.
So totally understandable. There was a statement about amendments versus regulation, and regulation is after legislation's passed when the concern was raised prior to it being passed, and normally we get bills done in committee through amendments. That's why I raised the point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So even without an amendment, another amendment having been crafted while we are going to move on this legislation formally, let's just state for the record that when this bill gets to the floor, we do have the ability to further amend it. So Councilmember Brooks has the ability, after consulting with Nora, with Ase, with Brandon and others, she has the ability to amend this bill. So I don't want anyone in the viewing public to think once we take action today, there is no vehicle for us to make any adjustments to the bill. That is not our procedure. We can make amendments once this bill is moved out of committee. But Councilmember Green, your point relative to regulation versus amendment is very, very well taken. Councilmember Brooks, am I okay to move on to Councilmember Gim, or?
You're okay to move on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gim.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Although I do think it was mostly resolved, I appreciate the Chair's leadership on this issue and placing a significant amount of trust and understanding that the bill sponsor is going to usher through a bill that will do right by the majority of council, and that has traditionally happened. And I have, full confidence that the bill sponsor will be able to bring a bill to the floor with council members that's, going to hold true to the original intent of the bill, ensure that there is equal amounts of accountability and also ensure that the concerns that have been raised can be addressed more clearly. And I think, Nora said it a little earlier that she hasn't had a chance to really, do enough of a sit down with it. So I feel like there's plenty of time for us to work this through, and I look forward to supporting a vote in committee. I also just wanted to thank Rashida and Eric for their clarification around this, and again, for consistently looking for ways to accommodate and ensure that our laws, as both of you work in the legal area and have extensive experience in here, that you're constantly ensuring that you're balancing the original intent around protections with existing concerns that are brought before them. So flexibility is very key. Accommodation is very key. Communication is very key. And I do have confidence that this will move forward with all those things in place. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Chair, thanks, Council Member Gim. With that being said, I have a list of names here that are listed as public comment. Let me ask Rachel.
Councilwoman, sorry, we also have a question from Councilman Jones.
Oh, Chair recognizes Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Councilmember Jones.
My issue is the credit aspect of this legislation. And I would like, and it's a question, not necessarily an objection, but I need to better understand the use of credit in making decisions about renting. And if the author can work with me after, we don't have to belabor this any longer, but I'm going to need some clarification about that.
Thank you, Council Member Jones, for putting that issue on the record. And Council Member Brooks, if you want to respond, I would just note for the record that Council Member Brooks has noted that all of the questions and concerns raised today, that she will be communicating and meeting with whether it's members and/or the stakeholders that we heard from today to address any of their concerns. And Council Member Brooks, anything in additional?
Yes, real quick, Madam Chair. Councilmember Jones, when the use of credit is not, you cannot use credit exclusively. So, but we can workshop that, and I'm okay with having a deeper conversation about the credit part. It's saying you can't just use credit exclusively to exclude someone from an apartment. So you need to use other factors to make that determination. But yes, we can have further conversation about that.
Thank you, Member Brooks.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Madam Chair.
It's getting late, y'all. Are there any other questions or comments from members of this committee for anyone on this panel? Okay, hearing none, we want to thank each of you for your participation. Now, my question for our clerk is, Rachel, I see a list of individuals who are scheduled for what we would call a public comment, and just want to make sure technically that we are ready to proceed with public comment. And the first person on that list was Melissa Simmons.
Yes, I think tech support just needs a few minutes to connect them, but they are all on hold from what I understand.
Okay, thank you all so much. Ask everyone who is connected and with us, along with members of council who are present, to please be patient with us. We have 2, 4, 6, 8. We have 10 people scheduled to give a public comment, and we want to make sure that everyone gets their opportunity to state their perspective on this issue. So thank you for your patience. I've been informed that there's some additional folks who have just tuned in. Again, let me state for the record that we are now moving into public testimony, the public testimony portion of this hearing, where individuals who called my office to sign up to testify on bill number 210329 and 210330, they are going to be dialed in to the hearing. So if you've just tuned in, we are taking a brief 5-minute recess to give our technological professionals some time to connect the individuals who have signed up. So that's
Madam Chair?
Yes.
How many people for public testimony do we have? You're on mute.
There are 10 names, Council Member Jones, and once they are on, once they are on, we will let them know that public testimony is being limited to 2 minutes.
How did you know? That's what I was thinking.
Oh, because they had to call the office to sign up. When we publicly post our public hearings as required by law, when we advertise them, that gives Philadelphians the ability to call and sign up for a public comment period.
Got it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Was that a member of technical staff trying to get our attention?
No, Modesto, are you on?
Yes, Rachel, we're trying to get public comment in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Modesto.
You're welcome.
Again, we want to say a special thank you to each of you. We're having some technical challenges, and I'm not sure where each of you are in the city, but in some areas it is storming badly. So our technical team is just trying to address some of the technical issues so we can make sure that we get to all of those folks who have signed up for public comment. Again, thank you for your patience.
Thank you for calling Philadelphia City Council. A beeping noise.
Thank you, Modesto. Ready whenever you are.
Okay, great. Give me one moment. Just ask for a moment of silence before we start the live.
Very much. Rachel, will you please call the first individual who signed up to speak via our public comment? And please note for the record that because of the sake of time, we're going to have to limit public testimony to 2 minutes.
Melissa Simmons.
Melissa, are you connected?
Hi, Madam Chair. She is not on the line.
Okay, the next line. The next name, Rachel?
Carl Gershenson.
Carl, are you connected?
Hi. Am I on?
Yes, Carl. Carl, we can hear you. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Hello, thank you. My name is Carl Gershenson. I am project director at Princeton University's Eviction Lab, a center for the study of housing instability and poverty. However, today I'm testifying in my personal capacity as a resident of Philadelphia's 2nd District in order to voice my strong support for the Renters Access Act. I could cite study after study about the damage that evictions do to families and communities. The underlying theme that runs through all of our research is that housing instability is a cause of poverty and not just a symptom of poverty. However, I think the personal testimony you've heard here today is much more powerful than anything I can provide. Instead, I'd like to share some of our research, although some of this has been covered by previous speakers. My colleagues and I have examined much of the data that goes into tenant screening services, and we found that over 1 in 5 eviction records contain inaccurate or ambiguous information on how an eviction case was resolved. That's a 1 in 5. So, it's inexcusable that inaccurate records can follow Philadelphians around for decades. And so it's of the utmost importance that applicants be given the right to dispute inaccurate information or seek reconsideration in the case of mitigating circumstances. But even those who are correctly identified in screening services don't deserve the additional burden that comes from an eviction either. My colleagues have shown that eviction filings are extremely concentrated in specific buildings. In our city, there are some buildings that evict scores of tenants a year, while a neighboring building, renting to similar people, evicts rarely. And I want to emphasize this point because we often talk as if certain kinds of people are at higher risk of eviction than other people, but I think this is backwards. Renters are exposed to high risk only when they rent from landlords who reach too quickly for an eviction notice. This was really illustrated to me when I had the opportunity to talk to a very wealthy property manager. He rents to low-income renters in a number of cities, and he has a reputation for being a good landlord. I confirm this in our records, seeing that he files very rarely for eviction. When I asked him how he does this, he said it's because he invests in screening and establishing relationships with tenants up front. In his opinion, the landlords driving the eviction crisis are those who outsource tenant screening to cheap services that use faulty data to render a thumbs-up, thumbs-down decision on tenants without any explanation or contextualization. For this reason, I believe the Renters Access Act will not place an undue burden on the city's many responsible landlords who take the time to establish relationships with their tenants. It will force landlords who run eviction mills to invest in better, more humane ways of engaging with their tenants. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Carl, for your testimony. We do want to state for the record that we are only allowed 2 minutes per public comment speaker, and you will hear an alarm when your time is up. Rachel, will you please call the next person scheduled to give testimony?
James Kenkelan.
Hello? Can you hear me? Suddenly
Yes.
I can't hear anybody.
Yes, James, we can hear you. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My name is James Kenkelan. I'm a small landlord in Philadelphia, what would be referred to as a mom-and-pop landlord, I guess. I have 11 rental properties, and, I've been hearing a lot of, it just seems like anti-landlord sentiment. It seems like I'll get to that at the end of my comments. But to start with, why is this bill too onerous for, I say, it's too onerous for subsidized providers, but it's not too onerous for private small landlords. We really do this city a great service. We house many of your most vulnerable citizens, and we just seem to be on everybody's hit list. And it's just not fair. For example, I have, with this bill, I just offered a property in Kensington for rent, and I got over 200 applicants. I'm a single operator. I cannot physically possibly respond to all those applicants in writing form. And Councilperson Brooks says she's willing to discuss amendments. I mean, to amend it. I think that would be more than reason to do that. The second thing is, I have no desire, and no landlord has no desire to deny a housing unit to someone who is, quote unquote, non-evicted, whereas it was a problem with they weren't evicted at all, but it's the problem with the courts. That's a mechanical, structural problem with the courts. The landlord didn't do anything wrong. I don't want any bad information, so the court needs to control the way its information goes out. Please don't make that our fault. That too our fault, because it's not. We want to see clean information, and it starts with the courts. So that's the court's problem. I'm in agreement with everyone who discussed that. No one wants to see bad information. And considering my recent example of offering a house in Kensington, why did I get 200 hits? Because no landlords want to operate in those areas, because it just doesn't. It's not functional to do that for your business, which is unfortunate for everyone. And now, if I rent under this law,
thank you, James.
I will not advertise my unit widely. I'll just have to advertise in a more controlled manner, thus offering less housing to less people.
Now, James,
that's just an unintended consequence.
James, unfortunately.
So my final comment is, I would like to structure the cultural structure of this landlord, of the three main stakeholders: landlords, government, and tenants, to be different. It's been get the landlord since the 1970s, and it's just an anachronistic.
James, you're going to have to conclude your testimony, and if you have any other comments, James, that you want to put on the record, I want you to feel free to put them in writing. Email them to my office at rachel.meadows@phila.gov. And James, we will make sure that your comments are added as a formal part of the public record for this hearing. Thank you so very much.
I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I thank you very much. To Councilperson Gim, we've been trying to get a Zoom meeting with her for over a year.
Excuse me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your testimony. Rachel, will you please announce the next person who signed up to speak?
Jacob Ewald.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jacob. Thank you so very much for being here. Jacob, everyone has 2 minutes, and you will hear a bell, Jacob, when your 2 minutes is up. Thank you so very much for your patience. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Jacob Ewald. Thank you so much for having me. Thanks for everybody's patience and hanging around all day. I'm a landlord, a very small landlord in the East Kensington neighborhood of Philadelphia. I'm here to express my support for the bills. And basically, I've lived in Philadelphia for 10 years. I own one property in East Kensington that I lived in until last year, and now my wife and I rent it. As a longtime resident of East Kensington, I've seen the ever-widening income gap and the high rate of turnover in rental properties the reckless real estate practices that draw wealthy outsiders into the community and force long-time low-income tenants out of the neighborhood, even deeper into the shadows. And in the wake of COVID-19, these tenants are more vulnerable than ever, and many of them have missed payments, they've seen their credit scores slashed, they've been evicted, and all of these things are the red flags that can haunt tenants for years, as everyone's talked about today. It's the kind of fine print that can make it almost impossible for low-income Philadelphians in my neighborhood in particular to lay the foundations for their families. As a landlord, I understand the power I hold over my neighbors. I do have the power to let someone with a struggling credit score live in a safe, comfortable home while they build that credit back up, but unfortunately I also have the power to consider that person someone else's problem and send them deeper into the maze. But right now especially, I want my neighbors to be able to find the same comfort and security in our community that I found there, and I want to give them the tools to put down roots for themselves. So basically, I don't know, now more than ever, landlords like myself need to stand with our tenants, our neighbors, and uphold the high standards of fairness and transparency. And I urge you, Council Chair, to hold my fellow landlords and myself to that standard. And that's why I support these bills. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so very much, Jacob, for your testimony. Rachel, can you please call the next individual who signed up to speak?
Rose Smith.
Rose, are you connected?
I am, and good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Rose. Just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rose M. Smith. I'm a 70-year-old I'm a 70-year-old and I support the Renters Access Act. When I moved into the Stenton House Apartments, I just knew I would never have to move again. I was wrong. For 4 years, I faithfully paid my rent. Because I spoke out against conditions, I have an eviction filing on my record. Such a record will make it incredibly difficult for me to find a new place to live. As a senior, this is especially harmful because proper housing for seniors is already limited. Finding affordable housing is very difficult. Senior facilities are full and have a waiting list of up to 10 or more years. I would like the freedom and ability to live in a safe home that is close to my family, but an eviction on my record could mean that I have to settle for any housing that would take me. On my 70th birthday, I discovered green vegetation growing from my living room ceiling. After sending pictures and making repair requests, I sent some workers came in, made a hole in my ceiling, and discovered there was a leaking pipe in the ceiling. I took it upon myself and got a mold test. It came back positive. I sent a copy to my landlord along with a certified letter letting them know that their rent would be in escrow until all repairs were made satisfactorily. I did everything right. All my rent is still in escrow. I have blood work done where mold is shown up in my blood. I've experienced all types of symptoms from mold, including watery eyes, itching, fatigue, headaches, body aches. But after I complained about the mold, I filed a complaint with Fair Housing. My landlord retaliated by filing an eviction notice against me. Many other tenants in this building are afraid to speak up. Thank you for the opportunity to give my testimony. Have a good evening.
You're on mute, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Ms. Rose, for your testimony here today and your patience. Rachel, can you please call the next individual who signed up to speak?
Ronald Raju Joseph.
Are you connected, Ronald?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Ronald, we can hear you well. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ronald Raju Joseph, pronounce he, him, and I'm a member of the Housing Committee of the Philadelphia chapter of Democratic Socialists of America from Northeast. I'm here to testify in favor of the Renters Access Act because too many working people of our city, especially those who are black, brown, or immigrant, are suffering from a lack of transparency when seeking housing, which is made worse during the COVID-19 pandemic. Under the status quo, landlords are afforded all the privileges while tenants are often forced to seek in the dark one of the most essential things in life, a home. If this legislation passes, this will even the playing field for tenants all over the city by requiring landlords to provide uniform and written rental screening criteria and prohibiting them from rejecting applications based on certain matters. This will make it easier for people to find a home. The tenants we organized with, particularly in North and West Philly, are put at the mercy of their landlords under the current laws. Displease your landlord and you're stuck with an eviction on your record for the rest of your life. This legislation would be especially impactful for my close friends who struggle to pay rent and utility bills while also trying to either find or keep employment during the COVID-19 pandemic. They, like many other non-white working-class residents of this city, could be haunted for the rest of their lives whenever they search for a new home or apartment with no way to contest or dispute decisions that are currently made behind the scenes with little to no transparency if these bills do not pass. This cannot continue, and I urge the City Council to stand with the working people of our city by supporting the Renters Access Act. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Rachel, can you please call the next individual who signed up to speak?
Stephanie Dornbosch.
Stephanie, are you connected?
I am.
Thank you, Stephanie. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, Committee Chair Parker and committee members. I'm Stephanie Dornbosch, the Program Manager for the Tenant Rights Unit at TURN, the Tenant Union Representative Network. Thank you all for your continued patience and attention tonight. I'll be reading prepared by my colleague Janae Lewinsky, who is unable to appear. My name is Janae Lewinsky, and I'm a housing counselor at TURN. I work primarily assisting tenants in the city's eviction diversion program and on the Philadelphia Eviction Prevention Project's tenant hotline. And I'd like to thank Council for supporting these programs. They've really helped to keep people housed during the pandemic, and I believe the Renters Access Act will also be integral to stabilizing housing during and after this crisis. Through my work on these programs, I've observed a lot about the stigma that tenants face with eviction court filings on their records, no matter the actual outcomes of the cases, and the struggle to find housing with those records haunting them. In the eviction diversion program, I've observed that landlords will sometimes even treat a court record differently than a tenant's participation in diversion, even though the tenants are often in really similar financial situations. One tenant, who I'll call Rosa, had a default judgment from an eviction case that was directly related to the effects of the pandemic, including, sadly, losing a family member. By the time I met her, Rosa had started to look for new housing, but faced a string of rejections, even though she was already making payments towards the judgment. She finally found one landlord willing to consider her, so I spoke with him and was fortunately able to help her explain the situation. But if Rosa needs to move in a few years, she probably won't have an advocate like me to help her out again. Without the Renters Access Act, she'll be right back in the same situation, struggling to find housing, even if she has satisfied her current judgment. The Renters Access Act would give Philadelphians an opportunity to not be haunted in the way that Rosa was, without having to get lucky with a single private landlord willing to look past a court record. Again, I am Janae Lewinsky, speaking for Janae Lewinsky, a housing counselor from TURN. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Rachel, can you please call the next individual who signed up to speak?
The last individual who's on the list is Michael Taub.
Michael, are you connected?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Michael Taub. I'm testifying on behalf of the Homeless Advocacy Project. Good evening, Madam Chairperson and members of the committee and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. The Homeless Advocacy Project fully supports the passage of the Renters Access Act. As lawyers for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness, we possess a real-world understanding of how the bill's protections will significantly reduce the number of people living in shelter or on the streets in Philadelphia. We provide comprehensive legal assistance to people experiencing homelessness in a broad range of areas. Through our work, we routinely encounter people living in shelter or on the street whose applications for housing have been rejected by landlords solely because an eviction complaint has been filed against them at some point in the past. With many of these people, as you've heard from other folks who've been testifying, the cases against them were withdrawn or dismissed many years ago. Even so, the mere fact that a case was filed against them at all, regardless of the outcome, causes landlords to reject their applications. The Renters Access Act is a reasonable response to this unfair rental practice. By prohibiting landlords from denying housing based solely on previous filings against an applicant, applications will be decided based on criteria that actually reflect a tenant's ability to pay or maintain a residence. Recently, I heard from several individuals who talked about being forced to remain in shelter or on the street as one housing application after another was denied. In each case, past landlords had filed cases against them, cases that were ultimately withdrawn or dismissed, but were nevertheless the basis of their denials. Their stories were not only heartbreaking, some remained in shelter for months, if not years. They were reflective of an arbitrary and broken screening process. It does not have to be this way. Prospective tenants should not be forced to language in shelter or on the street while landlords continue to provide rent applications are. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we fully support the passage of the act, and we ask City Council to do the same. Thank you for your patience and staying on the line so late. We appreciate it.
You're on mute, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Michael, for your testimony and your patience. Is there anyone else here to testify on the bills whose name has not yet been called? Okay, we are about to conclude and go into our public meeting. So again, are there any final questions or comments from members of the committee?
Council Chair.
Chair recognizes Councilmember Gim.
Yes, thank you so much. As we all know, anybody who is trying to get in touch with our offices, it's very easy to get in touch with any of our offices. We've been open all through the pandemic, emails, everything. Our staff is able to take phone calls and meetings. So there's not a problem with anyone who actually reaches out to us to get a meeting. So I just want to make that clear. And just, I know this applies to all of us, Madam Chair, but just wanted to make that clear to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember Gim, for noting that for the record. And listen, not only do I want to thank you on behalf of the members, I want to thank you on behalf of all of the staffers who work throughout the City Council of Philadelphia who are saying what? So thank you. So thank you so very much for providing that clarity. There being no further questions from members of the committee and no other witnesses to testify, I will ask if there's anyone else present in this hearing whose name we have failed to call and that wishes to offer testimony on any of the bills or the resolutions being considered today. Hearing none, I want to thank all of the panels and witnesses for their participation today. We value your opinions. I now invite all panels and all witnesses to please disconnect from the meeting before we go into our public meeting. We will now pause the proceeding very briefly as multiple participants leave the hearing. But thank you all so much for being with us today. Again, we want to ask all members who testify today, all witnesses and all panels to please disconnect so that City Council can take formal action in a public hearing on the bills. I'm going to ask the clerk and or the tech staff when all of the panels have actually disconnected.
Hi, Councilwoman. I think it's fine if you move on.
Okay, thank you. This concludes the public hearing of the Committee on Bill Numbers 200075, 210329, 210330, 210501, and 210507, and resolution numbers 200079, 210514, and 210524. We will now go into a public meeting to consider the action to be taken on these legislative matters. We are now going to convene the public meeting. Rachel, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on the screen when you speak. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Derek Green.
I am present.
Councilmember Brian O'Neill.
Present. Good evening.
Councilmember Cindy Bass.
Good evening. I am present. Good evening, everyone.
Councilmember Helen Gim.
Good evening, everybody. I am present.
Councilmember Curtis Jones Jr.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members, I am present.
And we are also joined by Councilwoman Kendra Brooks, as well as Councilman Alan Dahm, who are not members of the committee, but they are in attendance.
Thank you, Rachel. We will now go into our public meeting. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on the amendment to Bill number 200075.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer an amendment to Bill number 200075. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of the committee. I move that the amendment to Bill number 200075 be approved.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to Bill number 200075 be approved. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries, and the amendment to Bill number 200075 has been approved. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on Bill number 200075 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 200075 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that Bill number 200075 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of the bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on the amendment to resolution number 200079.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer an amendment to resolution number 200079. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of this committee. I move that the amendment to the resolution be approved.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to resolution number 200079 be approved. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries, and the amendment to resolution number 200079 has been approved. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on resolution number 200079 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that resolution number 200079 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 200079 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on Bill number 210501.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 210501 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds that motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that Bill number 210501 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on resolution number 210514.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that resolution number 210514 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 210514 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on bill number 210507.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 210507 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that bill number 210507 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on resolution number 210524.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that resolution number 210524 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that resolution number 210524 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on the amendment to bill number 210329.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer an amendment to bill number 210329. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of this committee. I move that the amendment to bill number 210329 be approved.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to bill number 210329 be approved. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. And the amendment to bill number 210329 has been approved. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on bill number 210329 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 210329 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that bill number 210329 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further moved that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on the amendment to bill number 210330.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer an amendment to bill number 210330. A copy of this amendment has been circulated to all members of this committee. I move that the amendment to bill number 210330 be approved.
Second.
The chair notes for the record that Councilmember Jones seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to bill number 210330 be approved. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries, and the amendment to bill number 210330 has been approved. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Green for a motion on bill number 210330 as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 210330 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
The chair knows for the record that Councilmember Gim seconds the motion. It has been moved and properly seconded that Bill number 210330 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further moved that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed include Councilman O's vote. The ayes have it and the motion carries. I just want the record to reflect that we know Councilmember Sanchez left her vote in the affirmative for all bills and resolutions being passed by the committee today. Councilmember O is the only no vote on bill number 210330 as amended. We're going to now conclude. We just want to note for the record that this concludes the official business before the Committee on Law and Government today. We know it was a long day. To all of our colleagues, thank you so very much for your patience. To the staff, because you all don't see them in the work that they do. Thank you so very much for everything. To all of our panels, the participants, the public, those from the public who gave public testimony today, just thank you all so very much. Have a good night, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a quick question.
Oh, yes, Councilmember Green.
Should I expect something at my door for dinner?
Oh, and Councilmember, listen, Councilmember Green, this is what I will commit to. Do you all remember doing, I think it was only be those of you who were here during that 16 turn. Do you remember when we all cooked food and we like had a potluck and you like really had to cook food? We're going to, when we can get back into that building and there are no rules and regs, we're going to cook dinner and everybody's going to bring in a dish and we're going to throw down the old-fashioned way. Is that okay, Councilmember Green?
That works for me. I'm just looking for some okra, either from Benin or from somewhere down south, right like high on a hog. I'll just say that.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we also say a thank you to our council tech staff who've been on since 8:30 when Councilmember Bass and a number of us on public health and services have been on since 8:30. So we just need to really thank our council tech staff.
Listen, Modesto Cruz, listen, our court reporter is Michelle, the stenographer, the people on Channel 64. I mean, all of you, thank you all so much. This does not work, I mean, without you. People see us, but they don't know the supporting cast. Like, it takes a whole lot of folks to help keep this going, keep our local government and our democracy moving. And we're grateful to each and every one of you that hopefully we won't have to do it this way, anymore. You all will just be making sure that our sessions in our chambers are streamed like we used to do. With that being said, thank you all so much, and everybody have a very good evening.
Good job, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.